Long before recorded history, civilizations rose, built wonders, and vanished, leaving behind mysteries we still can't explain. Giant stone cities with no known builders, forgotten scripts no one has ever deciphered, monuments aligned so perfectly with the stars that coincidence seems impossible. These aren't myths or legends. They're real, tangible puzzles that have resisted every attempt to solve them. Who carved the first maps of the world onto stone? What ancient knowledge was lost before history even began? And how many more secrets are still buried, waiting to be uncovered? This is 4 hours of the most haunting, mind-bending, unsolved mysteries from the ancient world. Questions that continue to challenge everything we think we know about humanity's past. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from and when. Then sit back, relax, and get ready to explore the deepest riddles of our oldest civilizations. Across the rugged hills and plains of Sardinia, thousands of stone towers rise from the earth like ancient sentinels. Built from massive basalt and granite blocks, dry-fitted without mortar and shaped into truncated cones, these structures, called Nuragic, dot the landscape in numbers unmatched anywhere else in Europe. Some stand alone on windswept ridges, others cluster into complexes with outer walls, bastions and auxiliary buildings. More than 7,000 have been catalogued, and likely more remain buried or eroded beyond recognition. Yet the people who built them left no written record. Their language is lost, their rituals are unknown, and by the close of the Bronze Age, their culture had vanished, leaving behind only the stone. The Nuragic civilization emerged sometime after 1800 BCE, during a period of social and technological transformation across the Mediterranean. The earliest Nuraga were simple, single towers, their interiors formed by corbelled vaults, with narrow staircases winding through the thick walls. Over time, the towers became more complex. Some reached heights of 15 to 20 meters. Larger settlements evolved around central towers, forming what appear to be fortified villages. Wells, workshops and shrines have been uncovered, suggesting a society capable of sophisticated engineering and long-term planning. But the purpose of the Nuragic remains elusive. They are unlike the fortresses of Mycenaean Greece or the tell structures of the Near East. Their locations do not always conform to obvious military logic. Some command strategic passes, others overlook fertile valleys, but many are isolated, with no clear defensive function. Inside there is little ornamentation, no inscriptions, and few domestic artifacts. Some archaeologists propose that they served ceremonial or astronomical functions. Others see them as clan symbols, expressions of social status, or community centres combining storage, assembly, and ritual. But the lack of written evidence leaves only conjecture. What is clear is that the Nuragic people were not isolated. Sardinian bronze work shows stylistic affinities with Mycenaean and Cypriot traditions. Small bronze figurines found at Nuragic sites depict warriors, chariots, boats and animals, images that suggest a culture familiar with both seafaring and organised combat. Copper and tin, the components of bronze, were available locally, and Sardinian metalwork appears in distant Mediterranean contexts, including mainland Italy and the Levant. The Nuragic world, though insular in some ways, was not cut off. It participated in the same complex web of trade and cultural exchange that connected the late Bronze Age Mediterranean. Then, by the 8th century BCE, it was gone. The towers still stood, but new architectural forms appeared. Foreign pottery began to outnumber local styles. Written language, in the form of Phoenician inscriptions, entered the archaeological record. The Nuragic builders had vanished, not in the sense of a single catastrophic event, but in the quiet dissolution of a culture over generations. The people remained, but the distinctiveness of the Nuragic way of life faded. There are no tales of conquest, no epic of collapse, only the slow absorption of a society into newer patterns of trade, governance and religion. Some have suggested that the Nuragic culture was overwhelmed by invaders, perhaps the sea peoples of Egyptian texts, or seaborne groups from Italy or North Africa. Others argue that the changes reflect internal evolution, shaped by economic realignment and contact with Phoenician and later Carthaginian colonists. Still, others point to ecological stress or social fragmentation, but no single theory has gained consensus. The end of the Nuragic era, like its beginning, remains obscure. Modern Sardinians still live among the Nuraga. Many villages grew up beside the ancient towers. Farmers plough fields within sight of them. Children climb their weathered stones. Some have been incorporated into churches or reused as foundations, but the builders themselves, what they called the towers, how they used them, what they believed, are gone. They left no scrolls, no carved stelae, no legends carried forward into classical antiquity. The Nuraga remain mute, massive, and enduring. They offer no explanation, only presence. A civilization rendered in stone, visible from every horizon, and yet still unsolved. Long before the rise of Tenochtitlan, before the Aztec Empire traced its lineage back through myth and memory, there was Teotihuacan. At its height, sometime between the 2nd and 6th centuries CE, it was the largest city in Mesoamerica and one of the most populous urban centers in the ancient world, home to perhaps 100,000 or more, laid out in a vast grid of stone and lime, centered around colossal temples that still dominate the valley of Mexico's northeastern plain. Its avenues ran straight and wide. Its pyramids rose in layered tiers. Its housing blocks stretched for miles. And then, by the 7th century, it fell. Its palaces were burned, its temples defaced, its plazas emptied. What caused the abandonment of Teotihuacan remains one of the greatest unanswered questions in American archaeology. The city itself was meticulously planned. It stretched over 20 square kilometers, aligned to celestial events and governed by a design that emphasized monumental symmetry. The Avenue of the Dead, its main thoroughfare, spanned nearly 5 kilometers, connecting the Pyramid of the Moon to the south with the larger Pyramid of the Sun and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent at its ceremonial center. Around it rose residential compounds, artisan workshops, marketplaces, and administrative buildings. The entire urban structure appears to have been governed not by whim but by design, a reflection of cosmological principles made into stone. Yet Teotihuacan left no legible voice behind. Its inhabitants used glyphs, but no surviving script records their history. No king lists, no annals of conquests or edicts, no written names of its rulers. Later civilizations, most notably the Aztecs, revered the city, calling it the place where the gods were made. They believed it had been built by divine beings, long before human memory. But by the time of the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, Teotihuacan had already been abandoned for nearly 900 years. It was, even then, a ruin. Archaeologists have reconstructed aspects of its society through architecture, murals, burials, and trade artifacts. The city was cosmopolitan, drawing people from across Mesoamerica. Evidence of Maya merchants, Zapotec artisans, and Gulf Coast influence has been found in residential neighborhoods. The city had no known standing army, yet it projected influence as far as modern-day Honduras. It established colonies, dictated styles, and may have dominated regional trade through a combination of diplomacy and overwhelming cultural authority. Its elite lived in stone compounds. Its artists painted elaborate murals. Its priests observed the skies. And yet, in the late 6th or early 7th century, the city began to contract. Murals were defaced. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent was violently desecrated. Elite compounds were burned. The ruling complex appears to have been targeted specifically. Administrative buildings and temples scorched, ceremonial centers overturned, but outer residential areas left intact. The city was not razed in total war. It was undone from within. One theory proposes internal rebellion. Teotihuacan's political structure remains speculative. Some believe it was ruled by a single dynasty. Others suggest a collective leadership. Regardless, there is evidence that social inequality was growing in the later phases of the city's life. Certain sectors concentrated wealth and privilege, while others appear increasingly marginalized. if factionalism took hold between competing lineages, ethnic groups, or priestly orders. It may have erupted in violence that targeted the city's ideological and administrative heart. Another possibility is ecological strain. The Valley of Mexico is prone to cycles of drought and flooding. Some researchers point to evidence of environmental degradation, overuse of wood for lime production, deforestation, declining agricultural yields, as a long-term contributor to instability. As the population expanded, demand for food and fuel would have intensified, placing strain on surrounding land. Crop failures or water shortages could have weakened the state's capacity to support its population, eroding legitimacy and fueling unrest. A third hypothesis emphasizes religious transformation. Teotihuacan's layout and monuments were deeply tied to cosmological belief. The pyramids aligned with solar and lunar movements. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent was associated with renewal and sacrifice. If theological power shifted, either through internal schism or broader cultural change, the structures of authority rooted in sacred geography might have fractured. The burning of temples in this view was not merely political but symbolic, the destruction of one worldview to make way for another. Whatever the cause, by the middle of the 7th century the city was largely abandoned. Some residential areas continued to be occupied on a reduced scale. Squatters lived among the ruins. The memory of the city persisted in regional consciousness. Pilgrims visited the pyramids. Later cultures mined the ruins for stone. But the central state that had once coordinated Teotihuacan's grand design was gone. The vacuum left by its fall altered the political map of Mesoamerica. New centers emerged in the wake of its absence: Xochicalco, Cacaxtla, and later Tula. Each drew from Teotihuacan's imagery, its feathered serpents, its stepped temples, its ritual iconography, but none replicated its scale. The city's influence outlived its institutions. Its fall marked the end of a formative era. To this day, no tomb of a Teotihuacan ruler has ever been found. No single name survives. The murals depict rituals, animals, gods, and warriors, but not history in a narrative sense. The city's builders remain anonymous, a civilization expressed entirely through architecture, not through text. Its fall, too, is silent. The fires that gutted its temples left no written explanation, only layers of ash and shattered plaster. Excavations continue. Beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, archaeologists recently uncovered a tunnel filled with offerings: jade, shells, statues, and mercury, suggesting a ritual axis connecting the underworld and celestial realms. These finds hint at a complex theological system, but they also emphasize how much remains unknown. The city rises out of the valley like a monument to a question. Teotihuacan was not lost to war with a rival, nor to foreign invasion. It imploded, quietly and completely, and left no record of its own fall. In the 5th book of his histories, Herodotus recounts a tale passed down by Egyptian priests and travellers, one that, even by the standards of his wide-ranging narrative, carries the quality of a half-buried legend. Around the year 525 BCE, King Cambyses II of Persia, recently victorious over Egypt and eager to assert his dominance further, sent an army of 50,000 men into the western desert with a singular purpose: to destroy the Oracle of Amun at Siwa, a distant outpost of religious authority that had refused to recognize Persian sovereignty. The army marched west from Thebes into the Libyan sands, a force of professional soldiers and support personnel, bearing provisions and water, following guides across a land as treacherous as any battlefield. According to Herodotus, they reached the oasis of Karga without incident. From there they pushed onward, then the desert closed behind them. At some point during the journey between Karga and Siwa, the army vanished. As Herodotus tells it, a powerful southern wind, possibly a kamsin, the hot, dry sandstorm of North Africa, rose with such force that it enveloped the entire column. The wind carried not just dust, but sand heavy enough to bury men, weapons, and animals alike. In the storm's wake there was no sign of the army. No returning survivors, no bones, no discarded armour, just a vacancy where 50,000 lives had once been recorded. The Oracle of Amun, untouched, endured. For centuries, the fate of Cambyses' lost army hovered between historical possibility and myth. Some modern scholars, sceptical of Herodotus's more dramatic accounts, dismiss the story as a cautionary tale, perhaps symbolic, perhaps confused with another military disaster, or even fabricated by Egyptian sources to undermine Persian legitimacy. Others accepted its general plausibility but doubted the scale. A smaller expeditionary force, they argued, might have perished in the desert, its memory amplified by time and oral tradition. Still others believed the army had never reached the desert at all, that it had been ambushed or absorbed into some rebellion closer to the Nile. Yet the geography supports Herodotus's version in part. The journey from Thebes to Siwa traverses one of the harshest environments in North Africa, a vast rocky plateau interspersed with shifting dunes and isolated oases. The route would have required not only extensive provisioning, but precise navigation between water sources, many of which were seasonal or dependent on shallow wells. Even a brief miscalculation or the loss of guides could have doomed a column of soldiers. A Khamsin storm, capable of stripping flesh and burying caravans, could have rendered any trace of the army nearly impossible to recover. In the modern era, explorers and archaeologists began to take the story seriously. In the early 20th century, desert travelers reported finding old weapons and bones near the dunes southwest of Siwa, but none could be definitively linked to a Persian army. In the 1980s and 1990s, Italian researchers retraced potential routes, uncovering fragments of bronze and stone, but again, nothing conclusive. In 2009, two brothers, amateur archaeologists working in the desert near the Gilf Kabir Plateau, claimed to have found arrowheads, fragments of weapons, and human remains in an area they argued matched Herodotus's account. Their findings received attention but not verification. Critics noted the absence of a formal dig and the lack of clear stratigraphy. The desert once again refused to confirm or deny. The absence of definitive evidence does not erase the possibility. The Western Desert is vast, and many of its regions remain unstudied or inaccessible. Shifting dunes can cover objects quickly, while harsh conditions discourage sustained fieldwork. Satellite imaging has revealed ancient caravan routes and buried structures elsewhere in Egypt and Libya, but a buried army, if it lies beneath sand and stone, may remain invisible until the desert recedes or technology improves. Yet other theories persist. Some suggest the army was not lost to nature, but to man. Cambyses, known for violent outbursts and internal instability, faced revolts in Egypt and Persia during his reign. It is possible that the force he sent west was intercepted by dissident factions or betrayed by its own guides. A massacre by desert raiders, or a slow attrition from mutiny and starvation, could have destroyed the army without a trace. Others wonder whether the entire campaign was a fiction designed to explain why Cambyses failed to bring Siwa under control. If the expedition never departed or never reached the open desert, the sandstorm becomes not a meteorological event, but a metaphor for royal overreach. Still, the story endures. The Oracle of Amun, consulted centuries later by Alexander the Great, remained untouched during Cambyses' time. It was said to possess divine protection, and the disappearance of an invading army only confirmed its power in the eyes of contemporaries. Herodotus, careful to qualify that he merely reported what he had been told, recorded the story with the same tone he applied to distant marvels, half believed, half doubted, but preserved nonetheless. Today, the Libyan desert remains silent on the matter. No mass grave has surfaced, no camp, no cache of weapons, no bleached shields rising from the dunes. The soldiers of Cambyses II, if they ever crossed into the sands, left nothing that time and sand did not claim. The road to Siwa is still desolate. The oracle remains, and the army, lost or imagined, has passed into the uncertain space between history and the stories history cannot fully confirm. The granite walls of Great Zimbabwe rise from the southeastern plateau like the bones of a forgotten animal, tall, curved, silent, and without mortar. Built of stone blocks fitted with uncanny precision, Their smooth faces and interlocking joints speak of practiced hands and enduring vision. For centuries, these walls were all that remained of a vanished city, its name tied to the land, its people lost to time, its legacy obscured by denial. By the 11th century, the builders of Great Zimbabwe had created something rare on the African continent, an urban centre of regional power, commanding trade, tribute and labour. Its architects left no written records, but in stone they left evidence of scale and order. The Great Enclosure, the largest ancient structure south of the Sahara, measures over 250 metres in circumference, its outer wall rising as high as 11 metres in places. Inside are stepped platforms, narrow passageways, and the famous conical tower, its purpose still uncertain, its presence unmistakable. Archaeologists have identified over 200 smaller sites across southern Africa that share similar architecture, but only one was the political and spiritual heart of a kingdom. From this city, whose population may have reached 20,000 at its height, rulers directed the flow of gold, ivory and cattle. Trade routes stretched north toward the Swahili coast, where Arab merchants waited with cloth and ceramics. Chinese porcelain and Persian glass have been found in the ruins. So have beads from India and copper ornaments of local origin. Great Zimbabwe was not isolated. It was part of an intricate network that linked interior Africa to the Indian Ocean world. Its economy rested on cattle and mining. The surrounding land supported herds, and the granite hills hid veins of gold. Miners used fire-setting techniques to loosen rock, then panned rivers for flecks of the precious metal. The labour was local. The profits passed through royal hands. The rulers, whose exact names remain unknown, likely governed through clan allegiance and spiritual authority. Oral tradition remembers them as sacred figures, their lineage tied to the land, their decisions legitimized by ancestral spirits. By the 14th century, Great Zimbabwe was the nucleus of a regional polity whose influence extended hundreds of kilometers. Hilltop structures, stone buildings, and terraced valleys spread across the plateau. The city's location, between grazing land, river access, and mineral wealth, was no accident, nor was its construction. The dry stone technique used to build the walls required not only labour but engineering knowledge. The stones had to be shaped, stacked, and stabilised without cement, in curves that resisted collapse and forms that endured. Then, in the 15th century, something changed. Construction stopped. The enclosures were abandoned. The population dispersed. The trade routes shifted east, toward the Mutapa state and new centres of power. Within a generation, the city fell silent. Its decline was not marked by fire or conquest. There are no signs of siege or destruction, no graves filled with the dead of battle. It was not overthrown. It was left. Archaeologists have offered several explanations. Some cite environmental stress. The land around Great Zimbabwe may have been overgrazed, the soil depleted by intensive agriculture, the trees stripped for fuel and construction. Others suggest a political shift, rival centres gaining favour, access to trade diverted by changing alliances. Still others point to the exhaustion of nearby gold veins or the breakdown of long-distance exchange. But no single cause is definitive. The fall of Great Zimbabwe remains as opaque as its rise. In later centuries, the ruins became a place of legend. Travellers passed through, missionaries recorded the stone walls, colonial agents speculated about their origins. In the 19th century, as European powers carved up the continent, Great Zimbabwe posed an uncomfortable question. Who had built it? The answer was evident to local communities. The Shona people traced their heritage to the builders, maintained oral traditions of settlement, migration, and kingship. But colonial authorities refused to accept it. In 1905, British archaeologist David Randall McIver conducted excavations and concluded that the ruins were of African origin. His findings were dismissed. In the decades that followed, Rhodesian officials promoted theories that attributed the site to Phoenicians, Arabs, or a lost white civilization. The stone walls were deemed too sophisticated for native hands. This denial was not academic, it was political. Acknowledging that African societies had built Great Zimbabwe meant accepting a history of indigenous achievement, urbanism, and statecraft. one that contradicted the colonial narrative of empty lands awaiting civilization. And so, the site was misrepresented, its artifacts removed, its builders made invisible. It was not until the late 20th century that the scholarly consensus affirmed what had long been known. The city was African. Its people spoke early forms of Shona. Its culture developed locally, with external influences arriving through trade rather than conquest. Great Zimbabwe was not an anomaly. It was the product of a regional trajectory, one that combined metallurgy, agriculture, ritual authority, and architectural skill into a unique expression of power and belief. Today, the ruins are a national monument. The modern nation of Zimbabwe takes its name from the site, but the city remains uninhabited, its walls still rising above the granite outcrops, its builders unnamed. The conical tower still stands inside the great enclosure, the passageways still narrow and curve, and beneath the soil, gold beads, spindle whorls, and pottery fragments still rest where they were left. What caused the end of Great Zimbabwe may never be fully known, but its presence remains, stone upon stone, unmortared, unmoved. Sometime around the year 1200 BC, across the eastern Mediterranean basin, fires began to burn. They swept through fortified palaces, storage complexes, harbour towns, and inland citadels. At Mycenae, walls that had stood for generations collapsed into blackened rubble. At Ugarit, in what is now Syria, clay tablets were left unbaked in abandoned kilns as scribes fled mid-sentence. The grand temples of Hattusa, capital of the Hittite Empire, were looted and left to the elements. Within a span of 50 years, a network of civilizations that had endured for centuries, bound by trade, treaty, and mutual rivalry, ceased to function. Writing systems fell out of use. Diplomatic archives ended. Monumental architecture was no longer constructed. In place of empire, there was fragmentation. In place of kings, there were local warlords. The Bronze Age, as it had been known, was over. At the end of the 13th century BC, the eastern Mediterranean world was not a collection of isolated kingdoms, but a tightly connected system. The Egyptians in the south maintained regular contact with the Levantine city-states, exchanging goods and correspondence with Ugarit, Byblos, and others. The Hittite Empire dominated Anatolia and exerted influence deep into northern Syria. To the west, the Mycenaeans of mainland Greece operated a palace economy centered on monumental compounds at Pylos, Thebes, and Tiryns. Cyprus served as a key hub for copper, the essential component of bronze. Minoan Crete, though past its peak, still played a role in maritime trade. Across this world, merchants, scribes, emissaries, and soldiers moved along established routes, speaking languages now lost and writing in scripts only partly understood. The collapse did not happen all at once, nor in the same way everywhere. At some sites, such as Ugarit, archaeological evidence shows signs of sudden destruction. Buildings charred, personal items abandoned, letters left unsent. A letter discovered in Ugarit's ruins, likely never delivered, pleads for military aid against unknown attackers approaching by sea. At others, like Pylos, records cease abruptly, and Linear B tablets remain in place as if no one returned to retrieve them. The Hittite heartland appears to have been abandoned, with no single army or catastrophe evident in the record. In Egypt, the pharaoh Ramesses III famously repelled what he called the Sea Peoples, a confederation of maritime raiders whose origins remain debated. Reliefs from his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu depict naval battles and mass deportations, suggesting organized and violent incursions along the coast. One of the most striking features of the collapse is its comprehensiveness. Literacy declined across the region. The Linear B script of the Mycenaeans vanished and would not reappear in any form until the development of the Greek alphabet centuries later. The cuneiform writing systems of the Levant and Anatolia ceased to be used outside of small enclaves. With the loss of writing came the loss of centralized administration. Records of land ownership, tax collection, trade agreements, and diplomatic correspondence all disappeared. Without bureaucratic infrastructure, palace economies could not be maintained. Grain surpluses stored and redistributed by state authority vanished. Specialized labor collapsed, cities shrank or were abandoned. Rural subsistence farming replaced international commerce. Numerous theories have been advanced to explain what happened. Drought, inferred from sediment cores and pollen samples across the region, may have contributed to crop failures and food shortages. Earthquakes, common in the eastern Mediterranean, may have destroyed key urban centres. Internal unrest, fueled by inequality or over-reliance on elite control, may have triggered revolts. Invasions, whether from the Sea Peoples or migrating groups such as the Philistines, reshaped the demographics of the coastal Levant. Yet no single explanation accounts for the collapse in its entirety. Some cities show no signs of burning. Others were rebuilt once only to fall again. The chronological overlap is clear, but the causes remain intertwined and incomplete. What followed the collapse was not a clean transition to new political orders, but a period of sustained disruption. In Greece, the so-called Greek Dark Age lasted for centuries, with no monumental architecture and few written records. In Anatolia, new groups like the Phrygians and Lydians emerged, but only after generations of instability. In the Levant, small city-states gradually recovered, but the unified empires of the past did not return. Egypt endured, but its external influence contracted and its internal power fractured. Trade networks reformed, but on smaller scales. The knowledge of bronze working declined in some areas, and iron, once rare and ceremonial, began to take its place as the dominant material. The collapse of the Late Bronze Age remains one of the most significant turning points in ancient history, not because it marked the fall of a single empire, but because it marked the simultaneous unravelling of an entire system. The palaces, archives, and armies of the age gave way to smaller, more localised forms of power. The stories of the past, once recorded in cuneiform or hieroglyphs, survived only in oral memory until new writing systems emerged to preserve them again. Across the hills and plains of the eastern Mediterranean, the remnants of a vanished world still lie buried, tablets unbaked, walls fallen, names forgotten. The high desert of northwestern New Mexico, where cliffs of sandstone catch the low sun in long copper tones and the wind moves without interruption across vast expanses of scrub and rock, once held one of the most remarkable cultural centers in pre-Columbian North America. In Chaco Canyon, from the 9th to the 13th centuries, the ancestral Puebloans constructed a complex network of great houses, ceremonial structures, and engineered roads, carving a civilization of stone and intention into a landscape that offered little comfort. Between the years 850 and 1130 AD, the canyon flourished. Great houses like Pueblo Bonito, Chetroquetl, and Hungopavi rose in tiers of carefully shaped sandstone blocks. Some extended 4 or 5 stories into the air, with hundreds of rooms, T-shaped doorways, and core and veneer masonry that required careful planning and centralized coordination. Kivas, circular ceremonial chambers recessed into the earth, were built with precise alignment to solar and lunar cycles. Roads, straight and wide, extended from Chaco into the surrounding desert in lines that defied geography, linking outlying settlements across hundreds of miles. The Chacoans moved massive timbers for roofing, hauled them from forests more than 50 miles away, and did so without the wheel, without beasts of burden, and without metal tools. Evidence suggests that Chaco was not simply a habitation site. It functioned as a ceremonial and economic centre, drawing people from across the region during key times of the year, perhaps for solstices, feasts, or trade. Turquoise, macaw feathers, cacao residue, and seashells have all been found among the debris, objects that originated far south in Mesoamerica or west along the Pacific coast. Yet for all its scale and sophistication, the society left no writing and few clues about how power was structured or how decisions were made. What remains is infrastructure, shaped by hands whose names are lost. By the early 1100s, signs of stress began to emerge. Construction at the major great houses slowed. The outlying roads saw less maintenance. Tree ring data from timber used in buildings and from nearby piñon pines records a series of severe droughts beginning in the late 11th century and intensifying into the 1200s. Water, never abundant in the canyon, became less reliable. Agriculture, based on dry farming and the careful collection of runoff, could no longer sustain the same population levels. Food shortages may have triggered conflict, both within the canyon and with neighboring groups who may have competed for dwindling resources. There is evidence, scattered and sparse, of violence. Some sites show signs of rapid abandonment. Others contain bones that suggest conflict or ritualized executions. Defensive structures appear in areas where none had stood before. Yet nowhere is there evidence of a single battle, a single sacking, or a conquest that brought the Chacon system to an end. Instead, what occurred was a process of gradual departure. One by one, great houses were vacated, storage rooms were left full, roofs collapsed in on themselves, roads fell into disuse. By the close of the 13th century, Chaco Canyon was largely empty. The reasons remain uncertain. Climatic collapse, social fragmentation, religious upheaval, or a combination of all three may have played a role. Some archaeologists argue that the entire Chacon system was never sustainable, that its population relied on highly centralized control of resources and labor, and that once environmental conditions shifted, the social mechanisms that supported that centralization broke apart. Others propose that internal tensions over hierarchy, ritual authority, or inequality may have led to disillusionment, rejection, and dispersal. The people did not disappear. Their descendants survived and adapted. Migrating into the surrounding mesas and river valleys, they reorganized into smaller, more resilient communities. Over time, they became the ancestors of the modern Hopi, Zuni, Acoma, and other Pueblo peoples. Oral traditions preserved among these groups speak of migrations, of searching for harmony, of the abandonment of centers that had become unbalanced or spiritually corrupted. Though these stories do not always name Chaco directly, they echo with themes that archaeologists find inscribed in the ruins. Today, the canyon stands in careful stillness. Walls that once supported thriving ceremonial life rise from the sand in well-fitted silence. The roads stretch across terrain that no longer feels the weight of pilgrimage. The great kivas lie open to the sky, the people left without engraving their reasons in stone. Whatever crisis or decision drove them out did not come with monument or monumentality. It came with footsteps taken east and south, away from a place that had once been the center of a world. The pyramid at Hawara rises from the low desert like a broken tooth, eroded by time and stripped of its outer casing, the fine white limestone long since carted off to fuel the construction of nearby towns and mosques. It stands today as a decayed and wind-scoured husk, unremarkable at first glance, dwarfed by the better-preserved structures at Saqqara or Giza. Yet the pyramid of Amenemhat III, constructed in the 19th dynasty of Egypt's Middle Kingdom around 1800 BCE, was once the centerpiece of a structure so vast, so baffling in its ambition, that ancient writers struggled to describe it in comprehensible terms. The Greeks called it the Labyrinth, not in metaphor, but as a proper name, a building that had no peer in their world or in Egypt's. Herodotus, visiting Egypt in the 5th century BCE, claimed that the Labyrinth of Hawara was more impressive than anything he had seen, even the pyramids themselves. He wrote of 12 great courts interlinked and roofed with stone, of 3,000 rooms, half above ground, half below, each filled with sculpted reliefs and sacred images. The walls, he claimed, were covered in carvings more intricate than any temple in Greece. Strabo, centuries later, spoke of corridors so numerous and winding that a guide was required to avoid becoming lost. The Roman geographer Pomponius Mela and Pliny the Elder both described the labyrinth in similar terms: vast, bewildering, filled with sanctuaries and tombs. The accounts vary in detail, but not in awe. All agreed that something extraordinary had stood at Hawara, adjacent to the pyramid of Amenemhat III, whose reign marked the apex of Middle Kingdom engineering and statecraft. Amenemhat had overseen massive irrigation projects in the Fayum Depression, converting marsh into arable land. His pyramid was built not at the traditional sites near Memphis or Thebes, but at the southern edge of the Fayum Basin, a statement of dominion over reclaimed land, and perhaps of closeness to a new religious or political centre. And next to it, he ordered the construction of the labyrinth. No physical trace of the labyrinth remains above ground today. In the 19th century, The site drew the attention of European travellers and archaeologists. The German explorer Carl Richard Lepsius visited Hawara in 1843 and found only scattered blocks, the outlines of a few stone walls, and a canal filled with brackish water. The real investigation began in 1888, when the British archaeologist Flinders Petrie undertook a systematic excavation of the site. Petrie expected to uncover the labyrinth described by Herodotus and his successors. What he found instead was disappointing: a paved platform, some column bases, and the foundations of a vast building, but no walls, no carvings, no labyrinthine chambers. The conclusion was disheartening. Petrie theorized that the labyrinth had once existed, but had been systematically demolished, its materials repurposed by later builders. The nearby town of Shedit, renamed Crocodilopolis by the Greeks, had expanded over centuries. The canals had shifted. Stone was precious. Whatever had stood beside Amenemhat's pyramid had been torn down, stone by stone, and recycled into houses, kilns, and tombs. For nearly a century the story ended there. The labyrinth was a historical curiosity, a lost marvel described in texts but absent from the earth. Then, in the early 2000s, a new kind of investigation began. A Belgian-Egyptian team working with geophysical survey technology conducted a radar scan of the area around Hawara's pyramid. Beneath the surface they detected something unexpected, a vast anomaly, hundreds of meters wide, composed of dense structures buried in the waterlogged ground. The shapes were rectilinear, consistent with architecture. The team published preliminary results suggesting that enormous chambers or galleries might lie beneath the sandy soil, just south of the pyramid platform, but the site, like much of the Fayum Basin, lies near the water table. Excavation would require draining and pumping on a massive scale, risking collapse or damage. Egyptian antiquities authorities, citing conservation concerns, have restricted further invasive work. No new excavations have been authorized. The radar data remains intriguing, but inconclusive. Beneath the modern fields and irrigation ditches, something vast may still lie buried, sealed beneath the silt of 3,000 years. The labyrinth of Hawara, then, remains suspended between myth and archaeology. The ancient accounts are too numerous and consistent to dismiss entirely. The platform and column bases identified by Petrie confirm that a monumental structure once stood there. The radar scans hint at something even larger, and yet no definitive chamber has been entered. No carving described by Herodotus has been recovered. No stairway to an underground sanctum has been cleared of sand. In a landscape where stone endures and legend accumulates like dust, the labyrinth is both absent and present. It lives in the words of ancient travellers, in the fragments catalogued by 19th century excavators, and in the invisible shadows cast by geophysical scans. Whether it was a temple, a tomb complex, or a ceremonial palace, it was real enough to dominate the imaginations of those who saw it. In the southeastern corner of Malta, just beyond the worn stone walls of the modern village of Paola, a narrow staircase descends into a darkness older than any cathedral or fortress on the island. The opening is unmarked by monument or ornament, concealed within a low structure built during the early years of the 20th century. Beneath it lies the Hal Saflieni Hypogeum, a subterranean complex excavated directly into the island's limestone bedrock over 5,000 years ago. Its chambers twist and curve in deliberate arcs. Its corridors dip and narrow with disorienting precision. And the deeper one goes, the less certain the original purpose of the structure becomes. Long before the Phoenicians arrived, before the Romans built harbours and basilicas, long before any written record, people cut into stone here with antler picks and stone chisels, leaving behind a space that neither mimics the world above nor conforms to simple explanation. The discovery of the Hypogeum was accidental. In 1902, workers digging a cistern for new housing struck a hollow. When they opened it further, they found bone fragments and pottery sherds scattered within a curved stone chamber. As the earth gave way and the site revealed itself, layer after layer of carved halls and niches came into view. What they found was unlike anything else in Europe. It was not a burial chamber in the traditional sense, Though human remains were present, it was not a dwelling, it was not a cave. The Hypogeum had been excavated entirely by human hands, its design bearing intentionality, symmetry, and acoustic properties far beyond what the period's known technology might suggest. The structure descends across 3 levels. The uppermost is the oldest, consisting of small cavities and modest burial niches. The middle level is more elaborate, its architecture echoing the freestanding temples of Malta, like those at Tarxian and Hagar Kim, but executed entirely underground. Here, the walls are adorned with red ochre spirals and patterns, geometric forms drawn with iron-rich pigment that has endured 5 millennia in the cool darkness. It is in this level that the so-called oracle room is found, a chamber of precise dimensions with a carved ceiling and a ledge running along its curved wall. When a low male voice is projected within it, at certain frequencies, it generates reverberations that fill the hypogeum with sound, travelling through adjacent chambers in a way that defies simple acoustical modelling. Researchers have studied the phenomenon with modern equipment. The resonance centres around a frequency of 110 Hz, a pitch within the lower register of the human male voice. When sounded within the oracle room, it creates a standing wave, causing the entire chamber to vibrate slightly and producing auditory effects in the human brain that include feelings of heightened awareness, alertness, and disorientation. The experience is physical as well as auditory. Visitors have reported a sensation of pressure in the chest, a subtle vertigo. Some have speculated that the effect was intentional, part of a ritual design used during ceremonies whose meaning is now lost. The structure's builders left no written record, no inscriptions, no clear markers of function. Their tools were primitive, but their understanding of space and sound was not. The lower level of the hypogeum plunges into darkness, extending deeper than the others and lacking the careful shaping seen above. It may have been used for storage or for the deposition of remains, though few artifacts were recovered intact. The entire site was likely in use for over 1,000 years, its chambers modified and repurposed across generations. Thousands of bone fragments were once found here, representing perhaps hundreds of individuals, but early excavation methods were crude, and many of the remains were removed without documentation or simply discarded. A small number of artifacts survived: pendants carved from shell and stone, pottery with red and black geometric patterns, and the famous figurine known as the Sleeping Lady, a clay sculpture of a corpulent figure reclining in repose, found within one of the smaller side chambers. Whether she represents death, fertility, or divinity is unknown. The question of the hypogeum's original function has resisted definitive answers. The presence of human remains suggests funerary use, yet the architectural sophistication and acoustic design point to ritual activity that went beyond burial. Some scholars believe it served as a place of transition between life and death, between light and darkness, between sound and silence. Others propose more speculative theories, positing that the resonance effects were used in altered states of consciousness, that the site was designed to manipulate the senses in controlled ways. Without texts or tools left behind, the theories multiply while the evidence remains sparse. Today, access to the Hypogeum is strictly limited. Fewer than 100 visitors are permitted each day, and the temperature and humidity are carefully controlled to preserve the ochre pigments and fragile stone. The halls remain cool and damp, their floors worn by the passage of ancient feet. Guides speak in hushed tones, not merely out of respect, but because loud speech carries too far, unsettling the acoustic balance. The oracle room is closed to casual demonstration. The resonance, once a source of ritual power, is now studied with microphones and data sheets, its secrets passed in decibels rather than devotion. Yet for all the scientific analysis, the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni retains the character of a place removed from simple interpretation. It is not merely old, it is purposeful. Every chamber, every curve, every ledge bears the imprint of a mind working toward ends that modern archaeology can only partially reconstruct. It is a monument to a culture that understood space in ways no longer entirely accessible to us, that carved its beliefs directly into stone, and that left behind no word of explanation. The structure remains beneath the streets of Paola, unchanged and unresolved, a carved silence that still speaks through sound. The hills north of Aleppo are dry and sharp-edged, their slopes traced by thorn and limestone, wind-scoured and pale beneath the Syrian sun. Among these hills, near the village of Ain Dara, lie the remains of a sanctuary so old that its builders left no name behind. Its stones, though broken, still rise in deliberate order, basalt steps worn down by time, lion carvings crouching on pedestals, fragments of columns fallen where once they upheld timbered roofs. The site has long been linked to the Iron Age kingdoms that ruled this borderland between the Hittite world and Aram, its walls standing for nearly 3,000 years before war, and looters stripped much of it bare. But even in ruin, it offers a mystery that has resisted explanation. At the threshold of the temple, carved deep into the stone pavement, are 3 footprints, each one massive, each one set in a stride, as though a being far larger than any human had walked across the sanctuary floor. The prints are not crude, they are shaped with anatomical precision, toes arched, heel rounded. The distance between them suggests a stride more than 3 times the length of a man's. One appears just outside the entrance, the second within the portico, the third near the doorway into the inner chamber. The implication, unmistakable yet impossible, is that some immense figure entered the temple, left foot, right foot, then stood before the altar. There are no corresponding prints leading away. Archaeologists uncovered the temple in the 1950s. Built between the 10th and 8th centuries BC, it belonged to a Syro-Hittite city-state that flourished along the frontier of great empires. The structure shared architectural features with what little is known of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem: a tripartite layout, an elevated platform, a portico flanked by statues of lions and sphinxes, and a central cellar or inner sanctum. The dimensions of the Ain Dara temple closely match those given in biblical descriptions, yet no inscription survives to name the deity to whom it was dedicated. Scholars assume it honoured Ishtar, or a regional storm god, possibly Hadad, but the absence of textual confirmation has kept the question open. The footprint carvings received little attention in early reports. They were noted, measured, photographed, but seldom studied in depth. There was no obvious precedent. No other Near Eastern temple of the period featured such markings. In later scholarship, they were sometimes dismissed as decorative, symbolic, or simply anomalous, an artistic flourish unrelated to ritual or theology. But the scale and placement of the prints resist such dismissal. They are not hidden. They are not marginal. They form a path across the temple's holiest space. Interpretations have varied. One view holds that the prints were intended to represent the invisible presence of a god entering the sanctuary. In many ancient Near Eastern cultures, deities were believed to inhabit their temples in a literal sense, descending from the heavens to rest upon the sacred podium or throne. The footprints, in this reading, may have marked the moment of divine arrival, an image not for human imitation but for divine embodiment. The god steps into the space. The god stands at the altar. Worship follows. Others have suggested that the carvings were part of a ritual drama. In some Mesopotamian texts, festivals included the ceremonial procession of statues from temple to temple. Priests moved the effigy of the god along a prescribed route, reenacting its journey from one domain to another. Perhaps at Ain Dara a similar rite occurred, and the footprints served as symbolic markers of the god's path into the sanctum. If so, they were both physical and performative, a guide for ceremony, a permanent reminder of an ephemeral act. A third theory posits that the prints were commemorative, not of a god, but of a king or priest whose role merged the human and the divine. Rulers in the ancient Near East often claimed semi-divine status. To step where the god stepped was a privilege, and to leave one's mark at the site of the god's appearance was an assertion of authority. In this reading, the footprints might memorialize a moment of union between king and deity, an embodied theology carved into the floor itself. But no text has been found to explain them, no tablet, no inscription, no dedicatory plaque. The meaning of the footprints remains speculative, anchored only by their undeniable presence and context. The temple itself suffered irreversible damage in recent years. In 2018, a Turkish airstrike during the conflict in Afrin destroyed much of the remaining structure. Satellite images showed the crater where the portico once stood. Columns were shattered, reliefs were pulverized. The footprints, if they survived, now lie beneath rubble. Whatever ritual meaning they once held, whatever act of reverence they once embodied, has been silenced not by time but by war. Yet the images remain, photographed, sketched, documented, and they continue to pose the same question. What did those who carved them believe they were showing? Was it myth, metaphor, or theology? A symbol of divine presence, a mark of sacred drama, or a trace of forgotten kingship? The prints refuse easy interpretation. They are too deliberate to ignore, too singular to explain away. They suggest a vision of worship that involved not just prayer and offering, but movement and weight, the imagined presence of a being larger than life stepping into a space built for reverence, and then stopping, at the threshold of the holiest place, standing, not walking onward, as if to remind all who entered that the first step into the sacred was not taken by man. In the earliest stratum of Sumerian writing, carved into clay tablets before the rise of Akkad or Babylon, the name Aratta appears as both rival and mirror to the city of Uruk. In those myths, Aratta is distant, yet known, wealthy beyond measure, filled with gold, lapis lazuli, and red stone, a place of great kings and gods, whose power rivals the very foundations of Mesopotamia. The poems describe its temples as radiant with divine favour, its craftsmen as unmatched, its queen as possessing the favour of Inanna herself. When Enmerkar, the legendary king of Uruk, seeks to draw Aratta under his influence, he does so not through war but through a test of diplomacy and divine favour, sending envoys, making offerings, engaging in ritual speech. Aratta, in these tales, is not merely a place, it is a problem. It stands outside the known world, and yet within the mental geography of early Sumer. Scholars have long debated the nature of these tales. The texts that mention Aratta, such as Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta, and Enmerkar and Ensugirana, are part myth, part political allegory, composed during the early dynastic period, but drawing on older traditions. They were likely used to exalt Uruk's place in the divine order, casting its kings as rightful mediators between the gods and men. In this context, Aratta functions as a counterpoint, a distant land with its own claim to divine authority, its own temples, its own relationship with Inanna. The competition between Uruk and Aratta is spiritual and symbolic, but the level of descriptive detail has raised the question of whether the place had a basis in physical geography. Attempts to locate Aratta have spanned centuries. Early Assyriologists often dismissed it as purely mythical, a narrative device rather than a memory. But as knowledge of ancient Near Eastern geography expanded, and as archaeological work pushed beyond the Tigris and Euphrates, new possibilities emerged. In the late 20th century, researchers began to consider the Iranian plateau and regions of Central Asia as candidates. These were places known in antiquity but distant from the Sumerian core, connected by trade routes that carried precious materials, gold, tin, lapis lazuli, into Mesopotamia long before the emergence of empire. The trade in lapis alone presents a compelling clue. The blue stone, sacred and rare, appears in Sumerian artifacts from the 4th millennium BCE, but its only known ancient source is the Badakhshan region of northeastern Afghanistan. This implies a long-distance exchange network, one that would have passed through or near the Iranian plateau. In this context, Aratta could have been a real centre, an intermediary city or confederation along that network, its wealth remembered in myth long after its decline. The site of Jairoft in southeastern Iran gained attention in the early 2000s when a flood uncovered a trove of elaborately carved chlorite vessels and architectural remains. Though much of the material had been looted, subsequent excavations revealed a settlement dating to the 3rd millennium BCE, with complex urban planning, monumental architecture, and a material culture distinct from Sumerian patterns, yet clearly part of the same broader sphere. Some scholars proposed Gyroft as a candidate for Arata, citing its richness, its location near trade routes, and the presence of what appeared to be early writing or symbolic inscriptions. But others urged caution. The archaeological record, while impressive, lacked direct links to Sumerian texts. No tablets have been found in situ bearing the name Arata. No royal names match those of the myths. Other candidates have been suggested. Sites in the Zagros Mountains, the Iranian highlands, even further east towards Central Asia, all places that lay beyond the horizon of daily Sumerian life but within the reach of their imagination. Each possibility shares common features: mountainous terrain, access to luxury materials, and distance sufficient to warrant mythic elaboration, yet none has yielded conclusive evidence. The problem is compounded by the nature of Mesopotamian myth itself. The Sumerians did not distinguish between myth and history as modern scholars do. Their kings ruled for hundreds of years. Their cities were founded by gods. Their texts moved easily between ritual, allegory, and record. Arata may never have existed as a single place. It may have been a composite memory shaped by centuries of trade, migration, and oral tradition. Or it may have existed, but under another name, its original identity lost as languages shifted and cities fell. What is certain is that Arata occupied a specific conceptual space in the Sumerian mind. It was not chaos or wilderness, but civilization elsewhere. It had temples, rituals, scribes, and kings. It was an equal until it was brought into narrative submission. The myths do not record its conquest in war, but its yielding through divine will and diplomacy. This suggests that whatever Arata represented, it was not an enemy, but a rival, a reflection of Uruk's own ideals seen at a distance. The search continues. Each excavation in Iran or Turkmenistan, each re-evaluation of trade patterns, each new translation of early Sumerian texts brings with it the faint hope of a name, a tablet, a correspondence that might fix Arata in place. But for now, it remains suspended between geography and myth, a shadow of early urbanism glimpsed through the lens of remembered power. Its temples may lie buried beneath farmland or mountain scree. Its language may have left no mark on surviving scripts. Its kings may have ruled without leaving monuments. But in the lines of Sumerian verse recited in the low-lit temples of Uruk, Arata stood as something real enough to rival the center of the world. In the high desert of Yemen's interior, where the mountains of the Sarawat descend into arid plains and seasonal wadis, cut through stone and sand, the remnants of a structure still hold firm against the earth. These are the ruins of the Marib Dam, once a monumental achievement of hydraulic engineering, built not by imperial decree from the Mediterranean world, but by the Sabaeans, a South Arabian people whose kingdom flourished for centuries in one of the most inhospitable climates on earth. The dam held back seasonal floodwaters, captured the monsoon rains, and redirected them through an intricate network of canals and sluices to irrigate the land surrounding Marib, the Sabaean capital. For nearly 1,000 years, it sustained the agriculture, trade, and social order of a kingdom that controlled the lucrative incense routes between the Arabian interior and the Red Sea. The structure itself was not large by modern standards, roughly 2,000 feet long and 35 feet high, but its design was refined through generations. The Sabaeans, who began construction in the late 2nd millennium BC, understood their environment with a precision earned by necessity. The dam captured the seasonal flow of the Wadi Adhana, a watercourse that only flowed during periods of heavy rain. When the rains came, the dam spread the water into 2 main canals, one north, one south, which fed into carefully graded irrigation basins that turned the Marib plain into an agricultural heartland. Grain, dates, and fruit trees were cultivated in quantities sufficient to support a population far larger than would otherwise be possible in the region. Inscriptions left on stone steles speak of repairs, improvements, and the names of kings who undertook them. The dam was not static. It was monitored, adjusted, and fortified repeatedly. The people who relied on it understood its value not only in practical terms, but as a symbol of continuity. For centuries, the structure stood not just as an engineering marvel, but as a centerpiece of a society that derived its legitimacy in part from its control over water. The Sabaean kings styled themselves as guardians of order in a land that would, without intervention, return to dust. But no structure is immune to time. By the late 1st millennium AD, pressures, both natural and human, began to mount. Earthquakes recorded elsewhere in the Arabian Peninsula during this period may have weakened the dam's structure. Political fragmentation within South Arabia undermined the central authority needed to maintain large-scale infrastructure. The rise of rival kingdoms, including the Himyarites to the west, shifted the balance of power and trade. When exactly the dam failed remains uncertain, but most sources place the final catastrophic collapse around the middle of the 6th century AD. Arabic traditions, recorded centuries later, link the dam's failure to a mass migration. The Quran references a people of Sheba, whose gardens were swept away by a great flood sent as punishment for ingratitude. Other historical texts speak of tribes displaced by the collapse, moving northward into the Levant and western Arabia. While the historical accuracy of such accounts cannot be verified in detail, the broader pattern fits with archaeological and environmental evidence. The collapse of the Marib Dam corresponded with the dispersal of South Arabian populations and the decline of urban centres in the interior. The consequences were not simply agricultural. The economy that had developed around the incense trade, myrrh and frankincense carried by caravan through the mountains to Mediterranean ports, was already declining under pressure from new maritime routes. But the loss of Marib's agricultural base accelerated the process. The city, once one of the most prosperous in Arabia, gradually emptied. Its temples fell into disuse. The canal system silted and cracked. The inscriptions ceased. By the time Islam emerged in the 7th century, the region around Marib had already become peripheral. The dam, though still visible and partly standing, was no longer functional. Later dynasties would attempt minor repairs, and in the modern era, a new dam was built nearby, bearing the same name but with vastly different methods. Yet the original structure remains as a ruin, not only of stone, but of a system that had bound together engineering, agriculture, governance and ritual into a singular structure of meaning. The Marib Dam's collapse is remembered today less for its technical failure than for its symbolic weight. It stands in historical memory not just as the loss of infrastructure, but as the end of an order, an event that blurred into legend, absorbed into stories of exile and divine retribution. And in the stones that remain, shaped by tools no longer in use, lies the trace of a world that once held the desert at bay. Before Memphis, before Thebes, before the pyramids had risen from the limestone quarries of the north, there was Thinis, or so the king lists say. It appears not in grand inscriptions or monumental stelae, but in the sparse, authoritative cadence of tradition. The first capital of a united Egypt, the seat of the earliest kings who wore the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt, their names carved millennia later into the walls of temples far from where they once ruled. Chief among them was Narmer, known from the ceremonial palette found at Hierakonpolis, a figure who looms over Egypt's formation like Romulus over Rome. Thinis is given as his seat, his city, his point of departure into the rest of the Nile Valley. Yet the city itself has never been found. Its absence is all the more striking given the weight of its legacy. The ancient historian Manetho, writing in Greek in the 3rd century BCE, named Thinis as the capital of the earliest dynasties. Later texts preserved by Egyptian priests and scribes list Thinite kings ruling before the construction of the great funerary complexes of Saqqara and Abydos. The word Thinis itself is a Hellenized form, derived from Egyptian Tshenu, a name that recurs in early inscriptions and is associated with powerful nomarchs or district rulers during Egypt's formative years. The city is mentioned not only in king lists, but in religious texts and historical retrospectives, always with the same implication, that this was where the process of kingship began. Most scholars agree that Thinis lay somewhere in the region of modern-day Girga, or near Abydos in Upper Egypt, close to the west bank of the Nile, where the desert begins its long slope into the Libyan plateau. The area has yielded evidence of early dynastic activity, royal tombs at el-Ka'ab, temple foundations at Abydos, and cemetery fields extending into the desert. But no settlement has been definitively identified as Thinis. It is a puzzle that has eluded generations of Egyptologists. The artifacts are there, the names are there, but the city is not. One explanation is that Thinis lies beneath later construction, buried under the successive layers of habitation that have built up over 5,000 years of Nileside life. Villages and towns rose where earlier ones stood. Mud brick decays and is reused. Foundations vanish beneath the floodplain. If Thinis was not built in stone, and there is little reason to think the earliest capitals were, it may have left behind few durable traces. A royal court of Narmer's time might have consisted of wooden pavilions, reed structures, ceremonial spaces marked by temporary enclosures. Such a city could easily vanish beneath agricultural development or urban expansion. Another possibility is that Thinis was not a single, clearly bounded city, but a shifting seat of power, tied to a region rather than a fixed location. The earliest phases of Egyptian statehood were fluid. Authority moved with the king, who campaigned, built, and buried across different sites. Thinis may have been a name applied to a broader administrative district, rather than a walled city in the later sense. If so, the search for its ruins may always be misdirected, aiming for permanence where only ritual centrality once existed. The religious significance of the region adds to the confusion. Abydos, only a few kilometers to the south, became one of Egypt's most sacred cities. It was the cult center of Osiris, the god of the underworld and the burial place of the earliest kings. The necropolis at el-Ka'ab held royal tombs long before the rise of Giza or Thebes. Over time, Abydos grew in prominence, attracting pilgrims and builders, absorbing the memory of earlier centers. In later texts, the kings of Thinis and Abydos were conflated. The distinction between political capital and spiritual heart blurred. Despite extensive excavation around Abydos, including digs by Flinders Petrie and later missions, no definitive marker for Thinis has emerged. Survey teams have found domestic remains from the early dynastic period, storage facilities, kilns and workshops, but these do not form the clear footprint of a capital. They suggest scattered occupation, industrial activity, perhaps support services for the necropolis nearby. Whether the administrative centre of Thinis lies elsewhere, still unexcavated, or was simply ephemeral, remains unknown. The Nile itself may also have played a role. Its course has shifted repeatedly over the millennia. Cities that once stood at its edge are now inland. Others have been reclaimed by the floodplain. If Thinis was built close to the river, erosion or alluvial deposition could have destroyed or buried its remains. A change in the river's path could have forced its abandonment long before later dynasties fixed their capitals in stone. The river that sustains Egypt has also hidden its earliest history beneath layers of silt and water. Thinis survives now only in the way that Troy did before Schliemann, through texts, traditions, and a conviction among some that its memory reflects a real place. The challenge is not disbelief, but absence. The first kings of Egypt must have ruled from somewhere. Their tombs are real, their artifacts exist. Their administrative reach is attested by the consolidation of power, the organization of labor, the expansion of trade. Whether Thinis was a city, a court, or a concept may never be fully resolved, but its name endures as the point of origin in the long arc of Egyptian kingship, traced in lists, echoed in myths, and sought still in the dust of Upper Egypt. In the marshlands and flat plains of southwestern Spain, where the Guadalquivir River fans out into a wide, shifting delta before meeting the Atlantic, the memory of a lost kingdom has never fully faded. The Greeks called it Tartessos, a name that once conjured images of wealth, trade, and refinement at the edge of the known world. They believed it was a place where silver flowed in rivers, where kings ruled from cities built near the sea, and where the people worshipped unfamiliar gods. For centuries, Tartessos was the West, mysterious, rich, and distant. Then, just as abruptly, it disappeared. The earliest Greek references to Tartessos date back to the 7th century BCE. Herodotus claimed that it lay beyond the Pillars of Heracles, at the far end of the Mediterranean, and that the city had once welcomed a Greek explorer named Calais, granting him the first foreign trade rights in the region. Others describe Tartessian ships arriving in eastern ports, laden with metals drawn from the mineral-rich lands of Iberia, gold, silver, tin and copper exchanged for luxury goods, pottery and wine. They spoke of a river navigable far inland, of palaces decorated with Eastern motifs, and of a king named Arganthonios, who ruled for 80 years and welcomed Greek settlers with gifts and alliances. Yet none of these accounts came from the Tartessians themselves. They left behind no known writing in their own voice. What survives is filtered through Greek perception, fascinated, partial, and ultimately vague. The name Tartessos may have referred to a city, a region, or a people. Its boundaries are never clearly defined. Its political structure is unknown. Its disappearance is not explained. What is known is that the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, particularly the area around modern-day Huelva and Seville, was a centre of metallurgy and trade by the 7th century, the late 2nd millennium BCE. The region's rivers cut through terrain rich in ore, especially silver, and evidence of early smelting and mining is widespread. Archaeological finds confirm the existence of large settlements with urban features, planned streets, stone architecture, and imported luxury goods during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age. These settlements show signs of contact not only with the Greeks, but with the Phoenicians, who had established colonies along the Iberian coast by the 8th century BCE. At sites such as Huelva, Carambolo, and Casas del Turuñuelo, archaeologists have uncovered objects that suggest a fusion of local and eastern Mediterranean styles. Ivory carvings, bronze cauldrons, temple-like structures, and jewellery that combines indigenous techniques with Levantine designs. The most famous of these is the so-called Treasure of El Carambolo, discovered near Seville in 1958. It consists of finely worked gold plaques, necklaces and pendants, likely ceremonial in nature. Though originally interpreted as Phoenician, many now believe the hoard represents a local elite adopting foreign aesthetics, signalling wealth and power, rather than religious conversion. These finds point to a native Iberian culture, complex, hierarchical, and outward-looking, operating at the interface of trade routes that linked the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the interior. This culture may well be what the Greeks called Tartessos, but if so, its defining features remain obscured. No monumental architecture has been definitively linked to it. No royal tombs, inscriptions, or archives have emerged. The kings of Tartessos, so vividly described by later writers, remain names without faces. By the 5th century BCE, Greek sources stopped mentioning Tartessos altogether. The silence is sudden. The region does not become uninhabited, but the distinctive markers of its earlier culture seem to vanish. Urban centres contract. Trade diminishes. Local elites lose access to the foreign goods that had once signalled their status. The reasons are not clear. Some suggest a shift in trade routes as Carthaginian influence expanded and Greek access declined. Others point to ecological change, silting of the river channels, rising water tables, or even seismic activity. One persistent theory is that Tartessos was destroyed by a tsunami or catastrophic flood, perhaps triggered by an earthquake offshore. The region lies near active fault lines, and the ancient writers speak of a city close to the sea. In the marshlands of Doñana National Park, satellite imagery and ground surveys have revealed subsurface anomalies, rectilinear features suggestive of buried walls or foundations. These have fueled speculation that a lost city may lie beneath the alluvium, preserved in mud but inaccessible without large-scale excavation. But no excavation has yet confirmed the presence of Tartessos there. The anomalies remain unexplained. Because of its sudden disappearance, Tartessos has often been linked to Atlantis. The resemblance is more narrative than factual, a wealthy maritime power destroyed in a single day. Plato, writing in the 4th century BCE, placed Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Heracles and described a civilization whose hubris led to its destruction. Though he never mentioned Tartessos, later writers connected the two. The association lingers, though serious scholars remain cautious. The story of Tartessos needs no embellishment. Its mystery lies not in myth, but in its fragmentary presence on the fringe of written history. Today, the search for Tartessos continues not in heroic excavations or grand discoveries, but in the careful interpretation of pottery shards, soil layers, and chemical residues. It survives in a handful of Greek sentences, a cluster of gold ornaments, and the faint trace of buildings buried beneath silted plains. It was once a kingdom of rivers, metals and trade, powerful enough to be remembered, but not enough to endure. Its name remains even as its face has been lost. In the eastern lowlands of Honduras, where the rain falls without end and the forest folds inward with each passing mile, the Mosquitia jungle conceals a terrain that long resisted both map and memory. For centuries, rumours had drifted from the dense interior of an ancient city buried beneath foliage, untouched by conquest, hidden from both native histories and European record. The Spanish called it La Ciudad Blanca, the White City, said to gleam like bone through the trees. Others knew it as the City of the Monkey God, a name inherited from tales of a temple guarded by statues, haunted by disease, and cursed to those who trespassed. No one could agree on whether the stories referred to a single place or to a conflation of several ruins scattered across the mountains and valleys. For a time, it hardly mattered. Expeditions failed, maps proved unreliable. The forest closed in again. The idea of the White City lived on in accounts from the 16th century, when Spanish chroniclers spoke vaguely of a city of wealth and whiteness hidden in the Honduran interior, somewhere beyond the reach of the rivers that carried men and goods from the coast. In the 20th century, a few explorers claimed to have glimpsed ruins, angular stones through the leaves, low mounds in the undergrowth, but they brought back little more than stories and blurred photographs. The remoteness of the terrain made systematic exploration nearly impossible. The valleys were tangled with vines and trees so densely packed that visibility rarely extended beyond a few meters. The ground was soft, the air wet, and the risk of disease constant. Insects carried leishmaniasis and dengue, snakes moved through the brush with perfect camouflage, and rains could strand teams for weeks. In 2012, everything changed. A team of researchers and technicians, working with aircraft equipped with LiDAR, light detection and ranging sensors, flew a series of grid patterns over the rainforest. LiDAR uses laser pulses to penetrate vegetation and generate detailed topographical maps of the ground surface below. The results were immediate and conclusive. Beneath the trees, hidden under centuries of organic overgrowth, were the unmistakable outlines of plazas, pyramidal mounds, canals, and earthworks. An entire urban complex, geometrically regular and covering an area far larger than anticipated. The contours were not natural. The city, or at least a city, was real. An expedition followed in 2015. The team included archaeologists, support staff, and military escorts, along with indigenous guides familiar with the region. After being flown in by helicopter and cutting their way through the forest, they reached a clearing where the LiDAR had revealed significant features. What they found matched the scans. The ruins were massive, overgrown, and entirely unlooted. Stone mounds formed platforms and stepped structures. Water channels and earthworks suggested engineering on a considerable scale. Dozens of stone objects were found partially buried. Carved seats, ceremonial altars, and a group of sculpted heads, some with stylized animal features, others so eroded that their faces appeared to dissolve into abstraction. One artifact in particular drew attention, a stone sculpture of a monkey-like figure, grimacing with bared teeth and staring eyes. It was unlike known Maya iconography and did not match the regional Olmec style. It seemed to represent a cultural expression not yet fully classified. The figure's discovery lent fuel to the city's legendary name, but the expedition found no evidence of gold, no inscriptions, no stelae to name the place or its rulers. The city, for all its scale, had no known name in the historical record. It had simply vanished. The reasons for its abandonment remain unclear. There were no signs of war or fire. The structures did not appear destroyed, only overtaken by the jungle. Some researchers speculated that disease might have played a role. Contact with coastal trade routes could have introduced European pathogens before the arrival of Spanish soldiers. Others proposed environmental degradation, soil exhaustion or flooding that rendered the valley uninhabitable. Still others believed the site was one of several ceremonial centres in a region occupied by a civilization that had yet to be formally defined, one that arose in parallel to the Maya but left fewer durable records. After the team returned, reports emerged that several members had contracted mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, a parasitic disease spread by sandflies. The infection, if untreated, causes progressive erosion of the soft tissues of the face and mouth. Some saw this as confirmation of the city's curse, a motif repeated in earlier legends. The locals had long warned that intruders would be punished, not just by the forest, but by something older that dwelled within it. In the aftermath of the expedition, the disease took months to manifest, requiring aggressive treatment and long recovery. For the team, it served as a visceral reminder that discovery carried risk, and that the forest did not yield its secrets freely. The identity of the city's builders remains unknown. The ruins are pre-Columbian but do not match the architecture of nearby Maya cities. Pottery fragments suggest a civilization with its own traditions, connected to regional trade but distinct in form and iconography. Scholars have proposed links to the Pek or other indigenous groups, though no consensus has been reached. Without inscriptions, timelines are difficult to establish. Radiocarbon testing is ongoing, and further excavation may clarify the city's age and affiliations. For now, the site remains restricted. Further expeditions are planned but proceed cautiously, with a focus on minimal disturbance and detailed mapping. The jungle continues to grow over the stones. The monkey god, if it ever had a temple, has left no name. The White City, long dismissed as a myth, exists, but its meaning, its people, and its fate remain concealed beneath centuries of forest and the silence of the unrecorded past. In the closing decades of the 13th century BCE, the great powers of the eastern Mediterranean stood uneasy but intact. The Hittite Empire ruled Anatolia from its fortified capital at Hattusa. The Mycenaean kings of Greece held palatial centres in Pylos, Thebes, and Mycenae. In Canaan, vassal city-states paid tribute to distant masters, and to the south, Egypt's 19th dynasty, led by Pharaoh Rameses II, projected order across the Nile Valley and beyond. Maritime trade flourished along routes stitched together by galleys and grain convoys. Tablets from Ugarit recorded shipments of copper, olive oil, and textiles. Diplomatic correspondence moved between courts in clay cuneiform, preserving the rhythms of a world that had by then grown familiar with itself. Then, within a span of decades, it began to unravel. Around 1200 BCE, that interconnected world suffered a wave of collapse, violent and total in some places, slow and disintegrative in others. Cities burned, palaces were abandoned, writing systems ceased, trade networks vanished. Archaeology records this rupture in the blackened layers of destruction, charred timbers, toppled walls, and sudden interruptions in settlement. The causes were multiple. Drought, famine, internal unrest, and earthquakes have all been invoked, but among the catalysts, one remains most visible, most mysterious, and least understood: the appearance and sudden disappearance of the Sea Peoples. They are named not by themselves, but by those they attacked. The term Sea Peoples is a modern label, derived from Egyptian sources that describe groups of maritime raiders appearing in successive waves during the late 13th and early 12th centuries BCE. The most vivid accounts come from Egypt's own inscriptions carved in stone by rulers who saw their dominion threatened from the sea. In the mortuary temple of Rameses III at Medinet Habu, a long relief depicts ships locked in chaotic battle. Foreign warriors hurl spears across decks, Egyptian archers fire from shore. Beneath the fray, the sea is littered with bodies. Above it, a hieroglyphic caption identifies the enemy: the Peliset, the Cheker, the Denyen, the Shekelesh, and the Weshesh. No map shows their origin, no monument preserves their side of the story. In the Egyptian record, they appear without warning, described as a confederation of peoples who came from the sea, bringing their families and ox carts in tow. Rameses III, ruling near the end of Egypt's New Kingdom, claims to have defeated them in both land and naval battles, preventing the Nile Delta from falling as so many other kingdoms already had. Yet even in victory the tone is strained. The Sea Peoples were not a mere raiding party, they were a migration under arms. Elsewhere the destruction was less successfully resisted. In Anatolia the Hittite Empire collapsed completely, its capital abandoned, its outer provinces turned to ash, the tablets cease. The empire's diplomats, who once sent letters in Akkadian to Amarna and Ugarit, fall silent. Cyprus, previously a wealthy centre of copper production, suffered severe disruption. In the Levant, cities like Ugarit and Byblos were burned. The Mycenaean world fared no better. The palaces at Pylos and Mycenae were destroyed. Linear B script vanished. The economy, once reliant on redistribution from central storehouses, fractured. In a few generations, Greece fell into illiteracy and localism, a period historians later labelled the Dark Age. The Sea Peoples are not the cause of every flame, but they are closely tied to the sequence. Their movements coincide with a rolling pattern of upheaval stretching across 1,000 miles. And yet, despite their prominence in the accounts of destruction, they left no trace of themselves outside the words and wounds of their victims. Where they came from remains a matter of speculation. The names given in Egyptian records are partial clues. Some, like the Peliset, have been linked to the Philistines of later biblical narrative. The Denian may have a connection to the Danaans, a name used for Greeks in Homeric poetry. The Shekelesh have been compared to the Sicels of Sicily. The Cheka are otherwise unknown, as are the Weshesh. These identifications are tentative, drawn from linguistic echoes rather than archaeological proof. Scholars have long debated whether the Sea Peoples were distinct ethnic groups, loosely allied mercenaries, displaced refugees, or a mixture of all three. Some suggest that they emerged from the Western Aegean, driven by famine or internal collapse to seek land and survival elsewhere. Others propose origins in the central Mediterranean, perhaps spurred by environmental stress or the aftershocks of the Trojan War, if such a war occurred. There are theories that link them to the collapse of trade networks that left populations uprooted and desperate, their movements less an invasion than a consequence of systemic failure. Their tactics were unrecorded, but their impact was consistent: destabilization, displacement, and disruption of existing political orders. They did not build cities. They did not carve monuments. They left no script, no record of their gods, no treaties or inscriptions. If they settled, they were absorbed. If they remained distinct, they vanished without trace. By the end of the 12th century BCE, the great capitals of the Bronze Age were gone or reduced to regional towns. The complex systems that once sustained them, palace economies, long-distance trade, professional armies, were no longer viable. In their place emerged smaller, more localized cultures. Writing, where it returned, took new forms. Power became regional. The great age of international diplomacy was over. As for the Sea Peoples, they disappear from the record as suddenly as they entered it. Egyptian inscriptions make no further mention after the reign of Rameses III. Later dynasties faced other threats, from Nubia, Assyria, Persia, but not from the sea. The groups identified as Sea Peoples are never again named in unison. Some may have settled along the coastal Levant, influencing the material culture of early Iron Age Philistia. Others may have dissolved into the populations they once attacked. There is no known homeland, no archaeological horizon that can be definitively assigned to them. Their legacy is destruction and enigma. In the ruins they left behind, archaeologists find burned layers, collapsed walls, and interrupted lifeways. In the written record, they are a faceless storm, described by those who resisted them, feared them, or were overrun. Their origins remain hypothetical, their identities are fragmentary, and their disappearance is complete. Nothing remains but the aftermath. In the centuries after the violent conquest of Kalinga, when Emperor Ashoka turned away from war and toward the teachings of the Buddha, a new image of rulership emerged across the Indian subcontinent, one of moral authority, universal law, and introspective power. Ashoka's edicts, carved into stone pillars and cave walls, spoke of compassion, tolerance, and the right ordering of the state. But alongside this overt transformation in imperial ideology, legends tell of a hidden undertaking, one never recorded in inscriptions or annals, and known only through whispers repeated centuries later. It is the story of the 9 Unknown Men, a secretive brotherhood allegedly founded by Ashoka himself, tasked with protecting dangerous knowledge from misuse, and charged with preserving the most potent disciplines of human understanding across generations. The legend has no known source in Ashoka's time. It does not appear in the Pali Canon, nor in the Buddhist chronicles of Sri Lanka, nor in the records of the Mauryan court. It emerges instead much later, in the colonial period, drawing from a mix of folkloric fragments, occult speculation, and literary invention. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Western writers exploring Indian esoterica began to speak of a secret order dating back over 2 millennia, initiated by Ashoka in the wake of his horror at the devastation of Kalinga. According to this tale, the emperor came to believe that knowledge itself could be as dangerous as any weapon, that the discoveries made by sages, scholars, and alchemists must be protected from the corrupting influence of politics, greed, or ambition. He is said to have chosen 9 men, each a master in a different field, and entrusted them with the preservation and advancement of human knowledge deemed too powerful for general use. Each was responsible for a book, a domain of science or philosophy that carried the potential to uplift or destroy. The fields vary across retellings, but they typically include physiology and techniques of death, psychology and mass influence, microbiology and immunity, alchemy and metallurgy, communication, including language and encryption, gravity and propulsion, cosmology, light, and sociology. Together, these were said to represent a hidden corpus of wisdom, maintained in secrecy, passed from generation to generation, and protected from both public dissemination and political exploitation. The legend was popularized in the 20th century by the French author Louis Pauwels and his collaborator Jacques Bergier, who included the 9 Unknown in their book The Morning of the Magicians, a wide-ranging compendium of speculative history, occult philosophy, and proto-conspiracy theory. From there, the story migrated into science fiction and pseudo-historical literature, woven into narratives about secret societies, hidden technologies, and the idea that human history has been quietly shaped by hands unseen. There is no documentary evidence that such a group ever existed. The Mauryan Empire, though extensive, left limited records beyond Ashoka's edicts, and a handful of archaeological remains. Indian scientific knowledge in the classical and medieval periods was preserved through open transmission. Texts on mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, and medicine circulated through schools and courts, often translated into Arabic, Persian, and later European languages. The notion of a deliberately hidden, state-sponsored intellectual order does not fit the known patterns of Indian scholarly tradition, which tended to emphasize debate, commentary, and lineage, rather than secrecy, and yet the legend endures. It endures in part because it resonates with the themes of control, restraint, and wisdom that permeate Ashokan moral philosophy. The emperor's decision to renounce violence, to advocate for dharma over conquest, and to govern through edict and persuasion rather than force, lends plausibility to the idea that he might have feared the misuse of knowledge as much as that of arms. It endures because it maps onto a broader human fascination with the idea that beneath the surface of recorded history lies another history, one shaped by secret decisions, hidden documents, and guardians whose work is never acknowledged. It endures, too, because it provides a non-Western framework for the myth of the secret society, an Indian counterpart to the Illuminati or the Rosicrucians, but older, more stable, and less corrupt. Some modern writers have attempted to link the 9 Unknown to scattered figures in Indian intellectual history, anonymous scholars who appeared at key moments, polymaths whose breadth defied the conventions of their age, or state-sponsored projects that hinted at deeper motives. But these connections remain speculative. There is no trail of manuscripts, no consistent textual tradition, no institutional memory. The 9 Unknown exist not in the archive, but in the imagination. Still, their story carries weight, not because it is verifiable, but because it touches on enduring questions. Should all knowledge be public? Can wisdom be inherited, or must it be earned anew by each generation? What is the cost of secrecy, and what is the danger of too much openness? In these questions, the tale of Ashoka's secret society becomes more than a curiosity. It becomes a mirror for anxieties that transcend place and time. Whether born of ancient rumour or modern invention, the 9 unknown men remain an idea too compelling to disappear, a legend that persists precisely because it can never be confirmed. Across the remote uplands of central Laos, where the Xianghuang Plateau rises into low, mist-covered ridges and the monsoon grasses sway in broad open fields, there lies a landscape unlike any other in Southeast Asia. It is dotted with stone, massive weathered vessels, each carved from solid rock, resting in clusters across the hillsides and plains. They are not tombs, though graves have been found nearby. They are not buildings, though some weigh more than 10 tons. They are jars, hundreds of them, some standing upright, others toppled or cracked, scattered across dozens of sites without inscription, foundation, or apparent origin. The largest site, near the town of Fontseven, contains more than 300 jars arranged across a gently sloping field. Others are found on hillsides, forest clearings, and remote ridges, accessible only by foot or winding track. Some jars are cylindrical, others bulbous, most without lids. A few are carved with rims or decorative bands. Nearby lie massive stone discs, sometimes mistaken for covers, but rarely matching in size or fit. The jars vary in material: sandstone, granite, limestone, each quarried and shaped with care, then transported across miles of uneven terrain to their final resting places. No written records explain their purpose. No legend fully accounts for their construction. The first Western documentation came in the 1930s, when French archaeologist Madeleine Coligny surveyed the region and published a detailed study of what she called the megaliths of Upper Laos. She catalogued over 90 sites, with more than 2,000 jars in total, and offered the first serious attempt to interpret their function. Coligny suggested that the jars were associated with a complex prehistoric burial culture, possibly dating to the Iron Age. She excavated beneath several jars and found human remains, including bones, teeth, and ash. Alongside these were beads, ceramics, and fragments of metal, objects consistent with funerary offerings. From this, she concluded that the jars were part of a mortuary practice in which bodies were placed inside to decompose or be cremated nearby, with the jars serving as symbolic or functional components of a longer funerary process. Her theory, though widely accepted, did not explain everything. Not all jars contain remains. Many are located far from any burial pit. The effort required to carve and move the jars, especially the largest, suggests a level of organization and purpose beyond simple interment, and there remains no clear cultural descendant to claim the jars or recall their original use. The people living in the region today are largely Hmong and Lao, with oral traditions that speak of the jars but do not anchor them in historical memory. Local legends tell of giants, ancient warriors who drank rice wine from the jars after a great victory. Others say the jars were used to brew spirits for a royal funeral, or that they were granaries, their contents long since vanished. Still, others claim they were made by wandering sages or left by an older, vanished race. These stories, passed down through generations, reflect the same sense of baffled awe felt by outside observers. The jars are too large to ignore, too old to remember. In modern times, research has been hampered by a different danger. Between 1964 and 1973, during the Vietnam War, the United States conducted a sustained bombing campaign in Laos aimed at disrupting North Vietnamese supply lines. The Plain of Jars lying along these routes became one of the most heavily bombed regions on Earth. Thousands of unexploded ordnance, UXO, remain buried in the soil, making excavation hazardous. Farmers work with caution. Archaeologists tread lightly. Entire jar sites remain off limits, cordoned by the fear of what lies beneath. Despite these challenges, recent investigations have added new layers to the mystery. In the early 2000s, joint teams of Lao and international archaeologists resumed fieldwork, this time with the aid of UXO clearance teams. They confirmed Kalani's findings in part. Several jars were indeed associated with burial pits containing human remains, dated through radiocarbon analysis to roughly 500 BCE to 800 CE. This broad range suggests that the jars were used over many centuries, possibly by different groups adapting the same practice. Some burial sites contained bronze tools and glass beads, linking the culture to regional trade networks. Others were more austere, but even with new dating methods, the identity of the people who carved the jars remains elusive. No settlements have been found that match the scale or complexity needed to support such an effort. No inscriptions name the dead. The cultural continuity between ancient jar makers and modern inhabitants is broken. Whoever made the jars left no language, no city, and no written tradition. Only the stone remains. Some scholars have proposed alternative theories. The jars, they argue, may have served ritual purposes beyond burial, perhaps as symbolic containers of the soul, or as markers in a seasonal or astronomical calendar. The wide spacing between jar sites and their varied placement suggest more than a single unified design. Others suggest they could have been used for water collection during the dry season, or as fermentation vats for storing food or drink. These ideas remain unproven. The jars themselves offer no answer. Their continued presence is both a marvel and a burden. For local communities, they are a source of pride, but also a reminder of past violence. Tourism has brought interest and income, but also risk. Sites must be cleared, guarded, and protected. Many jars have been damaged by war, by looters, or by time. Restoration is difficult. Interpretation is harder still. The Plain of Jars is not a monument to a known empire, nor a ruin that fits neatly into textbook chronology. It is a record without a language, a project without a builder. The effort involved, the carving, transport, and placement of thousands of multi-ton stones, speaks to a level of social organization that vanishes without trace. The people who made the jars left no temples, no kings, and no myth that can be verified. They left only stone shaped with purpose and scattered across the land like punctuation in a sentence no one can read. In the humid lowlands of the Gulf Coast, where rivers coiled through jungle and the soil turned to clay beneath the seasonal floods, a civilization emerged that would shape the foundation of Mesoamerican culture. Long before the great cities of the Maya or the sprawling highland temples of the Zapotecs, the Olmecs carved stone with deliberate force and buried their dead with jade, iron ore, and ritual intent. Their colossal basalt heads, weighing several tons and carved with distinct facial features, have come to define them. But it is not the heads alone that carry the mystery of their belief system. It is the smaller, stranger figures, those of hunched bodies, infant proportions, snarling mouths, and feline features that speak to something deeper and unresolved. These were the Were-Jaguars, central to Olmec iconography, yet utterly silent about their meaning. The Were-Jaguar appears in a wide variety of contexts, carved in greenstone, incised in pottery, engraved on stone monuments, and represented in clay figurines buried beneath temple floors. The figures are unmistakable, part human, part jaguar, often with downturned mouths, almond-shaped eyes, and deeply cleft heads. Some are portrayed as infants with muscular limbs and grimacing expressions. Others are adult or androgynous, their bodies contorted in positions that defy natural movement. Many share signs of cranial deformation, a practice common in Olmec culture, and often associated with status, identity, or divine affiliation. The Were-Jaguar is not a mythological beast in the sense of later Mesoamerican gods. It does not speak from inscriptions, for the Olmecs left behind no deciphered writing system. It does not sit atop a pantheon with clear genealogies or narrative cycles. Instead, it appears again and again in places of ritual importance. At La Venta, where basalt thrones display seated rulers holding limp Were-Jaguar infants. At San Lorenzo, where sculptures buried in formal caches display Were-Jaguar heads with snarling mouths and slit pupils at Laguna de los Cerros, where engraved celts show hybrids standing in rigid ceremonial poses. These were not isolated depictions. They formed a system of visual meaning that was evidently understood across multiple cities and centuries. The presence of infantile traits, bulging bellies, rounded limbs, soft faces, has led some scholars to interpret the Were-Jaguar as a symbol of divine birth or sacrifice. In these readings, the Were-Jaguar is the child of a human woman and a jaguar, a creature born of union between the mortal and the supernatural. The jaguar, the most feared predator of the region, was associated across Mesoamerica with the underworld, night, and transformation. Its power was absolute, its symbolism tied to kingship, shamanism, and death. To merge human and jaguar was not to create a monster, but to depict a being of threshold power, part person, part spirit, capable of crossing boundaries between the visible and invisible worlds. Other interpretations view the Were-Jaguar as a marker of elite identity. The cranial deformations seen in many Olmec figurines required long-term intervention in early childhood. It marked those who received it as distinct, chosen, possibly destined for priesthood or rule. To be depicted with Were-Jaguar traits then may have signified descent from sacred lineage, those who claimed divine ancestry not through myth, but through bodily transformation. The Were-Jaguar was not simply a figure to be worshipped. It was embodied, inherited, and sustained through ritual, upbringing, and power. Still others emphasize the shamanic dimension. In many indigenous traditions of the Americas, the shaman was a liminal figure, capable of transformation into animal form during trance or ritual. Jaguars, with their nocturnal habits and solitary strength, were natural symbols of that transformation. The Were-Jaguar may represent this passage, the moment when the boundary between human and jaguar collapsed, and a priest or seer entered the other world to bring back visions, healing, or knowledge. In this reading, the Were-Jaguar was not a god or a symbol of rule, but a depiction of an altered state, encoded in stone for those who understood its use. Yet no definitive answer has emerged. The Olmec world remains deeply obscured. Unlike the Maya or Aztec, the Olmecs left behind no codices, no stelae with dates and dynasties, no monuments that explain themselves in script. What remains are the materials of culture: earthworks, sculpture, settlement patterns, offerings, and fragments of belief etched into the surfaces of artifacts that resist simple classification. The meaning of the Were-Jaguar lies buried not only in the soil of Veracruz and Tabasco, but in the silence between archaeological interpretation and cultural memory. Even today, the jungles reclaim what they once held. Many Olmec sites remain only partially excavated. Others have been disturbed by looting, erosion, or agriculture. The artifacts that survive sit in museums under lights, behind glass, accompanied by labels that describe but do not explain. The Were-Jaguar is still present, its gaze narrowed, its mouth tense, its features a blend of strength and mystery. It remains one of the earliest and most enduring icons of power in the Americas. Whether it was god, ancestor, spirit, or symbol, the Were-Jaguar held meaning to those who carved it, offered to it, and laid it beneath platforms in rituals that are no longer remembered. Its presence across Olmec sites suggests not passing fashion but deep belief. Something carried across generations, perhaps across migrations, perhaps across transformations of power. The jungle holds what the stones do not say. The Were-Jaguar remains carved into basalt, resting in clay, silent in jade, its meaning unresolved, its message still waiting. On a wooded plateau above a tributary of Ohio's Brush Creek, a sinuous line of raised earth curls across the ridgeline, its form unmistakable from the air. It is a serpent, nearly a quarter-mile in length, coiled and poised as if in motion. The head, broad and flattened, opens as if to consume a circular mound positioned directly before it. Behind the head, the body undulates in 7 long curves before narrowing into a tightly coiled tail. No stones mark its perimeter. No visible structures accompany it. The entire figure is sculpted from the land itself, shallow and precise, shaped from compacted earth and built to endure. Known today as the Great Serpent Mound, it remains one of the most enigmatic monuments in North America. It is not a burial mound in the traditional sense. Excavations have revealed no central chamber, no grave goods, no clear association with a single individual or group interred beneath. It is a geoglyph, a monument defined by its form and scale rather than its contents. When first documented by European settlers in the early 19th century, its origins were already a mystery. The earliest serious surveys came in the late 1800s, led by the Smithsonian Institution's Bureau of Ethnology. Maps were drawn, cross-sections measured, and test pits dug. Some archaeologists speculated that the mound had been built by the Adena culture, which flourished in the Ohio Valley between 1000 and 200 BC. Others proposed the later Fort Ancient People, active around 1000 to 1600 AD. Radiocarbon dating conducted in the 20th century yielded conflicting results. Charcoal samples taken from beneath the structure returned dates of roughly 300 BC, suggesting Adena involvement. Later samples from the topsoil of the mound suggested more recent modification or possible reconstruction by later groups. The ambiguity has never been resolved. No definitive artifact has been recovered from within the serpent's body that conclusively links it to a specific people or purpose, and yet its construction shows extraordinary care and alignment. The head points directly to the setting sun on the summer solstice. The coils of the body align with the lunar standstills, the extreme points of the moon's 18-and-a-half-year cycle as it rises and sets. These alignments are not incidental. They suggest careful observation, planning, and an understanding of celestial patterns over long periods of time. The builders not only knew the land, they knew the sky. The question of purpose remains unanswered. Some have suggested the mound served as a kind of calendar, marking solstices and lunar cycles to aid in agricultural planning or ritual observance. Others view it as a ceremonial path, the serpent's form representing transformation, fertility, or rebirth in a cosmological framework now lost. The circle near the head, once interpreted as an egg, may have represented the sun, the earth, or a portal between worlds. Still others have speculated that the entire structure was a territorial marker, a sacred boundary visible from above in a landscape otherwise without borders. The serpent itself holds deep symbolic meaning across indigenous traditions. Among some Native American groups, the snake is associated with the underworld, with water, with power both feared and revered. It may be a guardian figure, a creator being, or a force of destruction. But whether the builders of the mound subscribed to such beliefs is unknown. No direct cultural continuity links the geoglyph to any surviving tradition with enough clarity to answer the question. In modern times, the site has been studied, preserved, and reinterpreted repeatedly. A protective wall was added in the 20th century to shield the coils from erosion. A nearby museum now interprets the mound for visitors, offering theories but few certainties. Pilgrims of all kinds visit, archaeologists, tourists, spiritual seekers, each bringing their own understanding of what the serpent represents. The land around it remains largely quiet, broken only by the occasional wind that moves through the trees along the ridge. The Great Serpent Mound endures not because it answers questions, but because it resists them. It is older than recorded history in the region, and yet more deliberate than nature's own design. It stands where no city stood, where no empire rose, and where no great texts were written, and yet its shape remains, precise and unbroken, drawn in earth by hands whose names are gone. Amid olive groves and sun-worn hillsides near the village of Hellinikon in the Argolid region of Greece, stands a structure that defies easy classification. Built of large, roughly hewn limestone blocks arranged in a trapezoidal formation, it rises not to the height of Egypt's Great Pyramids, but with an unmistakably triangular profile. To a casual observer, it appears as a weathered ruin, less imposing than the temples of Athens or the theatres of Epidaurus, and largely unremarked upon in the classical literature. Yet this modest stone edifice has stirred controversy far beyond its size, drawing attention not for what it reveals, but for what it refuses to confirm. The so-called Pyramid of Hellinikon has been known since at least the 2nd century CE, when the geographer Pausanias described pyramidal buildings in the Peloponnese. He believed one of them to be a tomb, possibly for warriors killed in a legendary battle for succession in Argos. Modern archaeological attention, however, did not arrive until the 20th century, when scholars attempted to assess the structure's age, purpose, and cultural context. What they found challenged expectations. The pyramid is constructed using a technique known as polygonal masonry, irregularly shaped stones fitted tightly without mortar. This style, found in other Mycenaean and pre-classical Greek constructions, complicates dating efforts, as it lacks the stratified material that archaeologists typically use for chronological sequencing. The structure has a single entrance and an interior corridor, now partially collapsed, leading into a small chamber. There is no decoration, no inscriptions, no grave goods, nothing to indicate whether it served a funerary, military, or ceremonial role. In the 1990s, a radiocarbon study conducted on organic material, specifically small samples from mortar residue and mineral deposits, suggested a startling date, approximately 2700 BCE. If accurate, this would make the Hellinikon structure older than the Step Pyramid of Djoser in Egypt, traditionally considered the world's earliest pyramid. The findings were seized upon by proponents of alternative history and speculative archaeology, who saw in the Hellinikon pyramid evidence of an advanced, perhaps forgotten, civilization in prehistoric Greece. Mainstream archaeologists responded with caution, even skepticism. The samples used for radiocarbon testing, they noted, were not securely associated with the construction phase. Organic material can migrate through stone over time, and mineral deposits may not accurately reflect the date of original assembly. Other scholars argued that the structure was likely built in the classical or Hellenistic period, serving as a watchtower, signal post, or defensive outpost. Similar towers dot the Argolid landscape, often positioned along strategic lines of sight. The lack of decorative or ritual elements at Hellinikon, they claimed, supports a utilitarian purpose rather than a sacred or funerary one. And yet the pyramid does not fit neatly into either interpretation. Its shape is deliberate, not the result of erosion or coincidence. While smaller and cruder than its Egyptian counterparts, its form suggests symbolic intent. The choice to build a triangular structure requiring considerable effort and non-standard engineering raises questions about meaning. Why choose this shape? Why here in a region without known pyramid-building traditions? The ambiguity of the Hellinikon pyramid lies not only in its age, but in its silence. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, it contains no hieroglyphs, no chambers designed to house the dead, no orientation tied to celestial alignments. Unlike Greek temples or tombs, it lacks inscriptions, votive offerings, or references in myth. It is a structure without a story. Its marginal status in classical narratives has reinforced its obscurity. Most histories of ancient Greece pass over it entirely, focused instead on the better documented palaces of the Mycenaeans or the urban grandeur of Athens and Sparta. The pyramid does not belong to the accepted canon of Greek antiquity, and so it lingers on the periphery, noted in brief footnotes or relegated to lists of anomalous sites. In recent years, local interest in the pyramid has grown, but academic debate remains cautious. Excavations have been limited, and no definitive publication has resolved the dating question. The site is maintained, but modestly. Visitors arrive sporadically. Signage is minimal. The Pyramid of Hellinikon occupies a space between categories: too crude to be Egyptian, too early, perhaps, to be classical, too deliberate to be a mere fortification. It stands not as a revelation, but as a reminder that the past contains structures whose meanings have slipped beyond recovery, and that even in the heart of well-studied civilizations there are shapes that do not fit. Whether ceremonial, symbolic, or defensive, the pyramid remains a riddle in stone, unclaimed by any known tradition, and still waiting for a purpose to be clearly named. Near the cold, clear waters of Lake Titicaca, high in the Bolivian Altiplano, The ruins of Tiahuanaco rise from the earth in silence. At over 13,000 feet above sea level, where the air is thin and the sky unnaturally wide, blocks of stone lie scattered across an arid plain, some upright, some fallen, some cut with a precision that has confounded generations of archaeologists. Their weight defies the terrain. Their placement defies the elements, and the city they once formed has no clear origin, no surviving text, and no remembered name for its builders. What remains is monumental. The Kalasasaya platform, oriented to solstices with an accuracy that speaks to deep astronomical knowledge, once held ceremonial space aligned with the movements of the sun. The semi-subterranean temple, sunk into the earth and ringed by carved stone heads, suggests ritual grounded in cosmology. The Ekapana pyramid, though eroded by time and looting, still rises in tiers that hint at a lost architectural order. And near its base, megaliths weighing more than 100 tons rest in positions that imply deliberate placement. These were not scattered by accident. They were raised, fitted, and set with intent. Tiahuanaco is unlike any other pre-Columbian site. It predates the Inca and bears little resemblance to the stepped pyramids of Mesoamerica. Its artistic forms are geometric, abstract, often severe. Carved figures bear block-like heads and squared shoulders. Iconography repeats motifs. Staff-bearers rays of light stylized eyes that seem to encode a cosmology no longer fully understood. The most famous figure, the so-called Gateway of the Sun, bears a central being with radiating arms, surrounded by winged attendants. Its purpose, whether calendar or altar or symbol of power, remains unproven. Excavations have revealed bones and burial offerings beneath the site, suggesting its function as a necropolis. The dead were interred with fine ceramics, jewellery, and metalwork. Llamas, too, were sacrificed and buried alongside humans, indicating ritual practices that stretched beyond the merely symbolic. And yet, there are no tombs of kings, no inscriptions of conquest, no narratives carved into stone. The people who built Tiahuanaco did not leave behind the kind of historical footprint familiar to Old World civilizations. They left architecture, alignment, and mystery. The dating of the site remains a matter of dispute. Conventional archaeology places the rise of Tiahuanaco around 500 AD, with its peak between 700 and 1000 AD, when it may have served as a religious and political centre for the southern Andes. These estimates are based on ceramics, stratigraphy, and regional comparisons, but others argue that the site shows signs of far greater antiquity. The weathering of stone, the alignment of certain structures to processional astronomical events, and the sheer scale of labour involved have led some to propose much earlier dates, reaching back to 1500 BC or beyond. At the heart of this debate lies the question of technique. The stones at Tiahuanaco are not only massive, but shaped with extraordinary precision. Edges meet at right angles. Surfaces are planned flat. In the site of Puma Punku, adjacent to the main complex, blocks of andesite and red sandstone are cut with channels, grooves, and drill-like holes that suggest tools capable of fine and repeated cuts. The joining of certain pieces without mortar leaves gaps no wider than a blade of grass. How such work was carried out remains unexplained. No tools have been recovered that can account for the shaping of the hardest stones. The nearest quarries are located miles away, across uneven terrain. Transporting blocks weighing dozens of tons without the wheel or draft animals would have required complex logistics. Yet the stones were not merely moved, they were placed with orientation, elevation, and interconnection that imply a unified design. In the absence of written records, interpretations have varied. Some see in Tiahuanaco a theocratic centre, a high-altitude pilgrimage site built to connect earth and sky. Others see it as a capital, controlling networks of trade, agriculture, and influence across the Andes. Still others speculate on possibilities beyond the known archaeological framework, suggesting that the site preserves knowledge from a forgotten culture, lost in time or swallowed by cataclysm. Spanish chroniclers arriving centuries after the city was abandoned recorded only fragments of what local people remembered. The Inca, they wrote, regarded the site with reverence but claimed no role in its construction. They believed it had been built by an earlier race, a people gifted by the gods or perhaps gods themselves. It was old even in their time. Modern excavation has been hampered by conflicting interests. The Bolivian state views Tiahuanaco as a national symbol, tied to indigenous heritage and pre-Columbian identity. Scholars approach it cautiously, wary of grand claims unsupported by hard evidence. Fringe theorists point to anomalies and patterns, often dismissed by academia. And still, the stones remain, unmoved. The necropolis at Tiahuanaco is not merely a burial ground, not merely a ceremonial complex. It is a statement in architecture, carved into a place where no city should stand. At over 13,000 feet, the demands of oxygen, agriculture and survival render permanent settlement difficult. And yet, a city was built here, massive, planned and left behind without explanation. The bones speak to human presence, the stones speak to human intent, but the voice of the builders, their names, their myths, their reasons, has been lost to wind and time. What remains are walls that do not fall, alignments that do not shift, and questions that refuse to yield. High above the Judean desert, where the cliffs descend steeply toward the salt-blanched shores of the Dead Sea, the fortress of Masada rises on a natural mesa, flat-topped, sheer-sided and isolated. It was a place shaped both by the hands of kings and by the topography of defiance. Built by Herod the Great in the 1st century BCE as a refuge against both domestic plots and foreign threats, the site later became the final redoubt of Jewish resistance during the First Jewish-Roman War. Its last days, recorded by the historian Flavius Josephus, have long stood as one of the most dramatic and contested narratives of antiquity. A mass suicide of nearly 1,000 rebels rather than surrender to Rome. But as the archaeological record has grown more detailed and the evidence more ambiguous, the story has come under closer scrutiny. Masada was not merely a fortress, it was a self-contained system of survival. Massive storerooms, deep cisterns, an aqueduct, administrative quarters, and palaces constructed with Roman luxury. Herod, paranoid and pragmatic, had designed it as an escape from Jerusalem's political intrigues and as a symbol of his wealth and power. The complex included bathhouses, frescoed walls, and a 3-tiered palace cut into the cliffside. Yet it was not Herod's death that gave Masada its lasting name. It was what came decades later, after revolt had consumed Judea. In 66 CE, rebellion broke out across Roman-occupied Palestine. It was a war of garrisons, cities and sects, culminating in the destruction of Jerusalem and the Second Temple in 70 CE by the legions of Titus. As Rome crushed resistance across the province, one group of fighters held out, Sicarii, a splinter faction of Jewish zealots named for the small daggers they carried, who had seized Masada and fortified it against Roman pursuit. By 72 CE, they were among the last organised resistors still standing. The Roman response was total. The 10th Legion, under the command of Lucius Flavius Silva, marched to Masada and began the siege. Roman engineering at the site remains among the most impressive examples of military architecture in the ancient world. They built a massive siege wall, more than 3 kilometres in circumference, encircling the plateau to prevent escape. They constructed 8 encampments, their outlines still visible today, and a massive assault ramp on the western side, gradually filled with stone and earth until it reached the fortress walls. The work was slow, methodical, and inescapable. Masada's defenders could see it rising day by day. Josephus, writing decades later under Roman patronage, describes the moment the wall was breached. According to his account, the defenders, 967 men, women and children, chose death over enslavement. Their leader, Eleazar ben Yair, is said to have addressed the people in speeches urging mass suicide as a final act of resistance. 10 men were chosen by lot to kill the others, then 1 to kill the remaining 9, and finally himself. When the Romans entered, they found only silence and fire. The story was preserved only in Josephus's writings, and for centuries it stood unchallenged. No other contemporary source records the siege. Josephus claimed to have obtained his details from two surviving women who hid in a cistern and recounted the events afterward. His dramatic telling, rich in speeches and fatalism, has been treated both as historical truth and as stylized narrative, one shaped by literary conventions, personal motivations, and the politics of his Roman patrons. Modern archaeology at Masada began in earnest in the 1960s under the direction of Yigael Yardin, an Israeli general turned archaeologist. His team cleared the Herodian structures, catalogued thousands of artifacts, and uncovered the layout of the rebel occupation. Within the storerooms they found caches of grain and food, suggesting the defenders were not starved. In one area they discovered the remains of bodies, dozens, not hundreds, and a group of potsherds, each inscribed with a name, possibly linked to the casting of lots as described by Josephus. These finds seemed initially to confirm the account. The story became central to the emerging national narrative of Israel in the decades after statehood. Masada was held up as a symbol of heroism, defiance, and sacrifice. Military units trained on its slopes. Schoolchildren visited its heights. Masada shall not fall again became a slogan of perseverance. Yet over time, the gaps in the narrative grew more apparent. The number of bodies found did not match the claimed toll of 967. The location of the bodies, some within a bathhouse, others elsewhere, raised questions about whether they died by choice, combat, or accident. The ostraca with names may have served other functions. The layout of the siege, with its massive ramp and clearly visible Roman encampments, suggested that if any group had wished to flee or surrender, they might have done so. The silence of other sources, and the rhetorical style of Josephus's writing, cast further doubt. Josephus himself was a complex figure, a former rebel commander captured by the Romans, who then aligned himself with his captors and wrote his histories for a Roman audience. His depiction of Jewish resistance is often shaded by the need to justify his own decisions and to present a version of events that would resonate with Roman ideals. The speeches he attributes to Eleazar echo classical models of noble suicide found in Greek and Roman literature. Some scholars now suggest that the mass suicide may not have occurred as described. Perhaps there was a battle. Perhaps some were killed and others taken. Perhaps Josephus, lacking precise details, constructed a narrative shaped more by moral drama than forensic fact. Others argue that while the core of the story may be true, the scale and unity of the final act were exaggerated to serve symbolic ends. What remains today is not a definitive account, but a convergence of story, ruin, and landscape. The stones of Masada still stand. The Roman ramp still rises. The silence across the plateau still feels deliberate. The evidence of occupation is real, as is the evidence of siege. The question is, what happened in the final hours? How many chose death? How many resisted? How many survived? And what choices were made under the weight of inevitability? Masada remains a place of contested memory. For some, it is a monument to sacrifice. For others, a story shaped by the needs of its tellers. Its final stand, preserved in ashen text, is both a historical event and a constructed myth, layered with archaeology, interpretation, and the burden of meaning. The truth may lie somewhere in the remains that have yet to be fully explained, or perhaps it lies only in the absence that those remains have left behind. Across the plains and forested ridgelines of Japan's main islands, where urban sprawl and rice paddies coexist with cedar groves and ancient shrines, the land rises into unfamiliar shapes. Mounds of earth, long, rounded, and often immense, rise from the landscape with a form both unmistakable and unspoken. From the ground they resemble hills. From above they reveal their design. Keyholes vast and deliberate, with round heads and tapering tails surrounded by moats and encircled by embankments. These are the kofun, the burial mounds of a forgotten age. Built between the 3rd and 6th centuries AD, they hold the remains of early Japanese rulers. Or so it is believed. No one knows for certain, because the largest of them remain untouched. protected not by stone walls or gates but by imperial silence. The most imposing of all is the Daisen Kofun, located in Osaka Prefecture, and attributed to Emperor Nintoku. It stretches nearly 500 meters in length, its perimeter flanked by triple moats and thick vegetation. By volume and footprint it rivals the Great Pyramid of Giza, yet remains sealed and unexcavated. There are no tours inside, no photographs of its interior, no scholarly reports on its contents. It is listed as the tomb of a mythical emperor, yet no remains have been recovered. No inscriptions confirm its occupant. Official maps mark it, but access is forbidden. These mounds, more than 160,000 of which dot the archipelago, define an entire era in Japan's early history, the Kofun period. The society that built them was stratified, militarized, and organized enough to marshal thousands of workers and resources across regions. The keyhole shape, unique to Japan, likely held symbolic meaning now lost. In many cases, the circular portion housed the burial chamber, while the square or triangular tail served ceremonial or processional purposes. Some were surrounded by haniwa, terracotta clay figures depicting warriors, dancers, houses, and animals, arranged in rings or clusters on the surface, perhaps to guard or represent aspects of the deceased's world. Many smaller kofun have been excavated. Within them, archaeologists have found stone burial chambers lined with flagstones and timber, bronze mirrors from the continent, weapons, armor, and ornaments of jasper and gilt. Some contain wooden coffins sealed in clay. Others show evidence of multiple burials over time. The goods point to wide-ranging contact with the Korean peninsula and mainland China. The mounds themselves suggest a form of political consolidation, central authority projecting power not through temples or cities, but through the permanence of earthwork. But the largest tombs, those attributed to the earliest emperors, remain closed. The Japanese Imperial Household Agency, which oversees the sites, forbids archaeological excavation of key imperial mounds. The rationale is reverence. These are considered sacred resting places of imperial ancestors, and to disturb them would violate both custom and national identity. This position, established in the late 19th century and reaffirmed after World War II, has resisted both domestic and international academic pressure. What lies inside Daisen Kofun and others like it has therefore become a matter of speculation. Some argue that excavation would confirm the imperial lineage's direct descent from early Yamato rulers, strengthening historical continuity. Others suggest it might complicate or challenge that narrative, revealing perhaps foreign origins, contested succession, or evidence of cultural fusion between immigrant clans and indigenous groups. The official genealogy of Japan's imperial house stretches back in unbroken line to the sun goddess Amaterasu, a mythic beginning accepted symbolically rather than literally. The contents of the tombs, if studied, might anchor or unsettle that foundation. In the early 20th century, limited intrusions were permitted in a handful of kofun. Some yielded remarkable finds. The Takamatsuzuka tomb in Nara, excavated in the 1970s after damage from water seepage, revealed brilliantly preserved wall paintings of celestial figures, constellations, and attendants in Tang-style robes, clear evidence of continental influence. But such discoveries did little to shift policy on the larger mounds. The largest sites remain fenced, guarded, and surrounded by manicured forests that conceal their true scale. No ground-penetrating radar, no coring, no interior photography has been allowed. Over time, the silence has taken on weight. In a country where modern archaeology has revealed Paleolithic settlements, Jomon ritual sites, Yayoi rice paddies, and Heian court palaces, the heart of early state formation remains closed to investigation. Historians rely instead on chronicles written centuries after the fact, texts like the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, composed under imperial commission and infused with mythological narrative. These works mention emperors and events, but their details blur the line between memory and invention, and so the Daisen Kofun remains as it has for over a millennium, closed, colossal, and unread. Its moats still fill with rainwater. Its grass-covered slopes remain trimmed by caretakers. Planes flying overhead trace its keyhole shape in the landscape, visible only from above, suggestive of a vision rooted in symbolism rather than practicality. What is buried inside may be a body, it may be artifacts, it may be a ritual space or cenotaph, it may hold secrets of lineage, of conquest, of transmission between islands and continents, or it may confirm what tradition has always claimed. But until the seal is lifted, and there is no sign it will be, the Kofun period remains a monument without a voice. The mound stands, the gate is locked, and the mystery, guarded by tradition, endures without answer. In 1999, during a geological expedition in the eastern foothills of the Ural Mountains near the village of Chandar, a team led by Professor Alexander Chuvirov of Bashkir State University uncovered an object unlike anything they had encountered before. The find, a massive slab of pale, stone-like material buried under layers of soil and forest detritus, measured more than 5 feet wide, nearly 4 feet tall, and weighed close to a ton. It appeared at first glance to be a natural formation, perhaps a limestone boulder dislodged from a nearby ridge. But the surface of the object told a different story. Under centuries of accumulated dirt and moss, the slab displayed a network of grooves, depressions, ridges, and symbols that, when examined under proper lighting and magnification, suggested the impossible: a topographical map. The markings were not random. To Chuvirov and his team, they resembled the contours of the surrounding landscape: rivers, hills, plateaus, rendered with an accuracy far beyond what any known ancient culture had the tools or knowledge to achieve. Some of the channels etched into the slab seemed to represent hydraulic systems, complete with irrigation routes and locks. Where rivers should have met mountains, the grooves curved accordingly. Valleys, deltas, even cliffs were depicted with consistent proportional relief. The entire surface functioned not as a decorative tablet or ceremonial object, but as a detailed 3-dimensional map of an area spanning hundreds of square kilometers. The most disconcerting detail, however, was not what the slab showed, but how old it appeared to be. Initial attempts to date the find, while lacking the precision afforded by organic samples, placed its creation somewhere between 80,000 and 120,000 years ago. If accurate, this would place the object's origin in a period where Homo sapiens, according to the accepted archaeological record, had only just begun to appear in Africa. In the Urals, no civilization is known to have existed at such a time, let alone one capable of detailed cartographic work. The implication strained the boundaries of conventional prehistoric scholarship. Further analysis of the slab's composition deepened the mystery. It was not made of common stone. The main material was a form of dolomite, but layered within it was a dense, unknown compound that resembled a form of ceramic or concrete, along with traces of diopside and artificially bonded quartz. One layer included inscriptions that, though undeciphered, bore resemblance to proto-writing, with symbols repeated in patterned sequences across the lower left quadrant. The layered structure of the slab appeared engineered, not accidental, and bore no resemblance to local geological formations. No similar artifacts had been found in the area before, nor have any appeared since. Local oral traditions referenced no structure or object of this kind. The villagers near Chandar knew the forested slope where it was discovered only as hunting land, with no sacred associations or buried ruins. The slab had lain hidden beneath centuries of vegetation, as if placed deliberately in concealment. Efforts to locate additional fragments using ground-penetrating radar turned up anomalies in the soil, but nothing definitively linked to the object. The Russian academic establishment received the discovery with quiet unease. Some dismissed the find as a geological curiosity, its relief markings interpreted as the result of natural erosion patterns. Others suggested that the slab was a hoax or an error in dating. Chuvirov himself stood by the object's authenticity, insisting that no known civilization in the region, ancient or otherwise, possessed the techniques necessary to produce it. He published preliminary findings and lobbied for more extensive research, but political and financial complications soon restricted access to the site. The slab, moved to a laboratory facility for preservation, has remained out of public view for most of the years since its discovery. Speculation, in the absence of explanation, has taken many forms. Some propose that the slab is evidence of a forgotten prehistoric civilization, one capable of advanced engineering, whose knowledge vanished through cataclysm or gradual dissolution. Others suggest contact with non-human intelligence, pointing to the unnatural geometry of the channels and the material composition of the slab. A few more pragmatic voices have posited that the slab may be far younger than initially thought, a medieval or early modern attempt at relief mapping, misinterpreted through the lens of mystery. But none of these theories account for the scale of the relief or the precision of its topographical fidelity. The landscape it depicts matches no known map from the ancient world. Satellite imagery compared to the slab's contours suggests alignment with regions around the southern Urals, modified by time, erosion and tectonic movement, but recognizable nonetheless. In the years since the discovery, interest in the artifact has faded. No museum has accepted it for permanent display. No major academic journal has undertaken a comprehensive review. The slab sits in quiet obscurity, catalogued but unexplained, a stone map without a known maker, pointing to a history that does not yet exist. In the tombs of Gyeongju, beneath low, grassy mounds shaped like gentle hills, the ancient gold of the Silla kingdom still gleams. Though buried for over 1,000 years, the crowns unearthed from these royal burials emerge from the soil as though untouched by time, delicate, precise, and unlike anything else in East Asia. Their upright spires, shaped like antlers or tree branches, rise from the circlet in a motif that appears more at home among the nomadic steppe cultures of the Eurasian interior than in the coastal valleys of the Korean peninsula. Along their surfaces, thin gold chains dangle like vines, and tiny leaf-shaped pendants catch the light with every shift in air. The craftsmanship is meticulous. The design is startling. These crowns belong to the rulers of the Silla kingdom, which dominated southeastern Korea from the 1st century BCE until the late 9th century CE. At its height, Silla unified the peninsula and maintained a vibrant court at Gyeongju, a city filled with wooden halls, tiled palaces, and Buddhist monasteries. Yet the crowns themselves come from the earlier centuries of the kingdom, before Buddhism, before the Unification Wars, when Silla was one of several competing states in the region, and its royal culture was defined less by script and more by symbolism, burial, and craft. The best-known examples were recovered during excavations in the early 20th century. Japanese archaeologists working during the colonial period opened several tombs in Gyeongju, including the so-called Gold Crown Tomb and the Heavenly Horse Tomb. Within the burial chambers, along with ceramics, weapons, glass beads, and horse trappings, they found the gold crowns, some in pieces, some still largely intact. The largest examples stood nearly a foot tall, too fragile to have been worn routinely, likely reserved for funerary use or ceremonial display. Their form is consistent. A central band encircles the head, from which rise upright projections, usually 3 to 5, shaped like stylized branches or antlers. Additional curved elements emerge like wings from the sides. The metal is hammered to extreme thinness, and then pierced in repeating patterns of dots or diamond shapes. The leaf-shaped pendants, called gogok, are suspended on delicate chains and may have symbolized fertility or abundance. What makes the Silla crowns so striking is not merely their technical excellence, but their visual language. Nowhere in early Chinese or Japanese tradition does such a form appear. The upright spires are alien to Confucian or Buddhist regalia. Instead, they bear a resemblance to artifacts found far to the west, in the kurgans of the Scythians, the nomadic horse riders who dominated the Pontic steppe, in the grave goods of Sarmatian princesses, even in elements of Achaemenid Persian design. The similarities are not superficial. In several cases, the structure and decorative technique match closely, suggesting not coincidence but contact. Silla's location placed it near the southeastern terminus of what scholars now describe as the Eurasian Steppe Corridor, a vast, shifting network of overland routes that carried not only goods, but also motifs, technologies, and customs from one end of the continent to the other. Though often overshadowed by the Silk Road's more famous caravan routes through Central Asia and China, this corridor was no less significant. From the Black Sea to the Korean peninsula, nomadic groups moved, traded, and intermarried, often leaving few written records but a rich archaeological trail. Gold, in particular, travelled easily. So did design. The antler motif may have originated as a shamanic or animist symbol, linked to reindeer, fertility or forest deities, common among steppe cultures. As it moved eastward, it adapted to local materials and tastes. In Silla, it became a marker of royal authority, its foreignness perhaps part of its appeal. To wear such a crown was to claim a connection to something older and broader than the kingdom itself. Yet despite these connections, the Silla crowns are not copies. Their construction reflects local metallurgy. Their burial contexts follow Korean ritual patterns. The crowns exist at the intersection of cultural exchange and local identity, evidence not of dominance by outside powers, but of selective adoption. The Silla elite took what they found resonant and made it their own, encoding foreign forms with local meaning. The survival of these crowns is due in part to their entombment. Silla burial mounds were constructed in layers of earth and stone, with sealed wooden chambers at their core. The lack of looting, combined with the dry conditions inside the tombs, preserved the delicate goldwork. Even so, their survival is partial. Many mounds remain unexcavated. Others were opened before the development of modern conservation methods. The full extent of Silla's royal regalia is likely still buried beneath the fields and neighborhoods of Gyeongju. In recent decades, Korean archaeologists and historians have revisited the crowns with new tools: spectrographic analysis, isotopic testing, comparative typology, seeking to understand their origins with greater precision. But their meaning remains as much cultural as technical. They are the artifacts of a kingdom situated at the edge of empires, confident enough to borrow broadly, skilled enough to transform what it borrowed, and powerful enough to leave behind objects that still astonish. In the arid valleys of southern Peru, where the Ica River carves a shallow course through desert plains and ancient terracing fades into dust, a series of smooth andesite stones began to appear in the early 20th century, first in fields and riverbeds, then in the hands of farmers and collectors. Each stone bore a carved image, etched with deliberate precision: men confronting dinosaurs, heart surgeries conducted with apparent surgical instruments, maps of unknown continents, scenes of telescopes, stars, and winged craft. Over the decades, these objects became known as the Ica Stones, named for the provincial capital where many were amassed. Their discovery ignited brief excitement, deep skepticism, and an enduring controversy that remains unresolved. For some, they were obvious frauds, tourist curiosities produced to meet demand. For others, they pointed to a lost chapter of human history in pre-Columbian South America. The debate, once relegated to fringe speculation, has left a few pieces that even critics hesitate to fully explain. The man most responsible for bringing the stones into public view was Dr. Javier Cabrera Darquea, a physician from Ica with a long-standing interest in anthropology. In the 1960s, he began purchasing the stones in large numbers from a local farmer named Basilio Ustruya. Cabrera believed the images represented an unknown civilization with advanced scientific knowledge, one capable of performing complex surgeries and possessing a deep understanding of astronomy. He opened a small museum to house the collection, and by the 1970s his holdings numbered in the thousands. Visitors walked among glass cases filled with stones of varying sizes, some small enough to fit in the palm, others weighing several kilograms, all bearing intricate carvings of scenes that defied easy explanation. Cabrera was not a fringe theorist by training. He came from a respected family, had studied medicine in Lima, and initially approached the stones with an academic's curiosity. But as the collection grew, so did his theories. He began to argue that the stones proved the existence of a pre-flood, technologically advanced race that had once inhabited South America. He cited carvings of men using telescopes, conducting caesarean sections, and observing comets. He pointed to apparent representations of extinct animals, stegosaurs, triceratops, and creatures resembling pterosaurs, arguing that the artists must have seen these animals with their own eyes. Academic reaction was swift and dismissive. The Peruvian government declared the stones to be hoaxes, and in 1975, Basilio Ustruya admitted on record that he had carved many of them himself using a dentist's drill and stone tools, often copying illustrations from textbooks and magazines. He said he sold the stones to tourists and to Cabrera to make a living. Later, however, he retracted his confession, claiming he had been pressured by authorities who threatened him with charges of trafficking in antiquities. The contradiction did little to help Cabrera's case. To most archaeologists, the matter was settled. The stones were modern fabrications. Their style varied too widely. Their provenance was uncertain. Their imagery borrowed too obviously from 20th century science fiction and popular science. Yet some pieces did not fit neatly into the narrative of forgery. A handful of stones were recovered from deeper strata, unearthed not from riverbeds but from beneath layers of compacted soil, with no clear evidence of recent disturbance. A few bore patinas, thin oxidized layers on the surface of the engraving, that suggested age beyond recent decades. And while many stones bore images easily recognized from modern sources, others were more obscure, hybrid beasts, undecipherable glyphs, and scenes that did not match any known iconography from Inca, Nazca, or other Andean traditions. No independent academic study has yet provided conclusive dating for the incised lines, in part because the stones are carved into hard volcanic rock, which resists most conventional dating techniques. The absence of consistent archaeological context further undermines the credibility of any claims about antiquity. Most of the stones surfaced through informal trade or private sales, lacking the stratigraphic information that might confirm their origin. Still, the persistence of the question remains. If even a small fraction of the stones predate the 20th century, their implications would be profound. The Ica region itself is no stranger to archaeological puzzles. The Nazca lines, located less than 200 kilometers away, were dismissed as mere desert tracts until aerial photography revealed their vast geoglyphic designs in the early 20th century. The Paracas skulls, elongated through deliberate cranial shaping, were long considered evidence of unknown populations by some researchers before bioarchaeological studies linked them to known cultural practices. In such a landscape, where layers of meaning are buried beneath centuries of sand, the emergence of another mystery is not entirely unexpected. Cabrera died in 2001, leaving behind a museum still operated by his family, and a legacy complicated by both ambition and conviction. His collection remains on display, its stones catalogued and arranged, but the academic world continues to regard it with distance. Few scholars engage with the topic, in part because of the fraud admissions, in part because of the sensational claims that surrounded it from the outset. Yet among the thousands of stones attributed to forgery, the handful that defy easy classification still provoke quiet questions. Without excavation, without context, without peer-reviewed study, the Ica stones remain in a suspended state, not fully accepted, not fully explained. They occupy a strange place in the margins of archaeological inquiry, where certainty is absent and reputational risk is high. Their presence in Peru's archaeological imagination is less a testament to their authenticity than to the enduring human impulse to find meaning in the unexplained, to believe that something older, stranger, and forgotten might still be hidden beneath the earth. In the summer of 1872, labourers digging a fence post hole on the property of Seneca Ladd in Meredith, New Hampshire, near the shores of Lake Winnipesaukee, struck something unexpected just beneath the surface. It was neither bone nor relic nor ordinary stone, but a smooth, black object shaped like a large egg, roughly 4 inches tall, carved with strange symbols and geometric patterns. When it was pulled from the earth, it bore no resemblance to any known native artifact from the region, nor did it fit into any established category of American archaeological discovery. In the years that followed, it would become known simply as the Mystery Stone. The object was jet black, composed of a fine-grained quartzite or possibly a type of phyllite, and meticulously shaped by an unknown hand. Its surface bore incised symbols, a series of images and motifs that defied easy interpretation. Among the carvings were representations of an arc, a circle containing depictions of a crescent moon and what some have taken to be an ear of corn or a stylized plant, and figures that have been interpreted variously as a face, a teepee, a spiral, and arrows. These were not images etched casually. They were cut with precision, their depth and alignment suggesting the use of metal tools or a working knowledge of lapidary techniques not commonly associated with the indigenous cultures of New England. More unusual still were the holes drilled into either end of the stone. One was perfectly circular and bored cleanly through, while the other was more irregular, appearing to have been countersunk or hollowed slightly beyond the bore itself. The finish of these holes was smooth and consistent, as though created with the assistance of a powered drill, though no such technology existed in the hands of pre-contact native populations in the area. These features led some early observers to speculate that the stone had once been mounted on a spindle or held as part of a mechanical or ceremonial device. Others suggested it might have been an ornamental weight, a type of talisman, or even an object of ancient industrial purpose, though no consensus emerged. Seneca Ladd, a local businessman and collector, retained the object and displayed it in his private cabinet of curiosities, where it remained until the late 1920s, when it was donated to the New Hampshire Historical Society in Concord. There it was catalogued and placed on occasional public display, usually in a case beside local native artefacts, though its provenance and purpose remained unclassified. Over the decades, various theories have emerged to explain the origin and meaning of the mystery stone. Some researchers have attempted to connect the carvings to known native symbology, particularly that of the Algonquian-speaking peoples who inhabited the region prior to European contact. But the style, method of carving, and iconography of the mystery stone do not conform to the material culture of those groups. No similar artifact has been recovered from any archaeological context in New England. No parallel object exists in any tribal oral history or ethnographic record. Others have speculated more broadly. Some propose that the stone is evidence of transoceanic contact, a relic brought to the Americas by ancient seafarers, perhaps from the Mediterranean or Middle East, citing the abstract nature of the symbols and the object's crafted uniformity. But these ideas are based more on absence than presence, and no archaeological framework supports such claims. The stone was not found in situ within a stratified context, nor was it accompanied by other artifacts that might date or culturally situate it. It was uncovered under construction fill, disturbed ground that had already been modified by 19th century labour. A few skeptics have suggested that the stone may be a 19th century hoax or artistic creation, perhaps carved and buried as a prank, or as an attempt to create an object of mystery for later discovery. Yet this too raises questions. The precision of the stone's features would have required tools and skill not commonly accessible to rural artisans in post-Civil War New Hampshire, and the effort involved in shaping, polishing, and drilling the object seems excessive for a hoax with no intended audience. The stone was not announced with fanfare. It was not sold or exhibited for profit. It was placed quietly in a private collection. In 1994, the New Hampshire Historical Society allowed the stone to be examined using low-magnification microscopy. The analysis confirmed the sharpness and regularity of the drill holes, as well as the smoothness of the surface finish. No modern tool marks were identified, but neither was any definitive age-related wear or patina noted that could suggest a pre-colonial origin. The stone remained as enigmatic under magnification as it had been beneath the shovel. To this day, the mystery stone remains in the care of the Historical Society. It is not always on public display, but it continues to draw the attention of researchers, amateur historians, and curiosity seekers. In a region rich in colonial and native history, it stands apart, not because of what is known about it, but because of what is not. It does not fit into any typology. It does not match any script. It does not rest within any established narrative, and it is a singular object, and its story begins with a digger's blade in the dirt of New Hampshire and stops short of explanation. What hand carved it, what purpose it served, and how it came to rest beneath the soil near Lake Winnipesaukee remain questions that no theory has yet answered with certainty. The stone endures, not because it reveals something, but because it refuses to be placed. In the high valleys and jungle-clad ridges of the Colombian Andes, long before the first European ships reached the coasts of the Americas, the Quimbaya people shaped gold into forms that reflected their beliefs, their animals, their spirits, and their dead. They placed these objects in tombs, offerings for the afterlife, symbols of status or tokens of protection, and sealed them beneath stone and earth. For centuries, the gold slept. When it was unearthed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, much of it was melted down, traded, or displayed in glass cases as evidence of pre-Columbian artistry. But among the surviving pieces, a small group of artifacts stood apart. They were made of tumbaga, a gold-copper alloy used widely across the region. Each was only a few inches long, light in the hand, and crafted with precision. They were not masks or pendants or figurines of animals or humans. Instead, they bore a shape that seemed to defy their origin. Swept back wings, vertical tail fins, fuselages tapering to a point. To modern eyes, they resembled machines, and for decades those who encountered them struggled to define them. The artifacts, now known informally as the Quimbaya airplanes, number fewer than a dozen. Most were found in tombs attributed to the Quimbaya civilization, which flourished in what is now central Colombia between roughly 500 and 1000 AD. The people were skilled metallurgists, their work marked by high craftsmanship, abstraction, and symbolic fusion. Their objects often blended features of animals, jaguars, birds, insects, into stylized forms. Some were decorative, others served ceremonial or funerary purposes, and yet the aerodynamic character of these particular artifacts set them apart from typical zoomorphic or mythological representations. In museums, the objects were labelled cautiously: zoomorphic pendants, stylized birds, gold ornaments. But not all observers accepted those labels. In the latter half of the 20th century, as theories about ancient technology gained popular attention, the Quimbaya pieces were drawn into a wider speculative discourse. Writers and theorists proposed that they were not representations of animals at all, but of flying machines, either seen, remembered, or imagined. Their design, with fixed wings, horizontal stabilizers, and what some interpreted as vertical rudders, seemed too precise to be coincidental. Some even claimed that scale models based on the artifacts could glide short distances, mimicking basic principles of flight. Conventional archaeologists were quick to respond. The dominant interpretation remained conservative. They pointed to the long-standing tradition in Quimbaya art of abstraction and symbolic distortion. Birds, fish, and insects were often represented with exaggerated features. Wings widened, tails lifted, heads reduced to geometric forms. The artifacts in question, they argued, were most likely representations of flying insects, perhaps dragonflies or bees, rendered in the stylistic language of Quimbaya metalwork. Moreover, there was no contextual evidence to suggest an understanding of flight in pre-Columbian Colombia. No depictions of flight in murals or pottery, no aerodynamic toys, no written records or oral traditions describing machines in the sky. The artifacts were singular, isolated, and lacked corroborating material. The idea that they reflected knowledge of aviation, let alone contact with more advanced civilizations, was deemed unnecessary and unsubstantiated. Still, the debate persisted. The problem was not just the shape of the artifacts, but the way they seemed to align, however unintentionally, with modern forms. The triangular wings, the upright tail fins, the aerodynamic proportions. While stylization could account for some elements, the overall profile remained difficult to dismiss entirely. Even those who rejected the aircraft theory admitted that the forms were striking. Further complicating matters was the lack of precise documentation. Many of the pieces were unearthed before modern archaeological standards were applied. Their exact tomb contexts were not always recorded. Some had passed through private collections. Others were removed during the so-called gold rush period of Colombian archaeology, when tombs were looted as fast as they were found. Without detailed excavation records, it was difficult to place the artifacts within a secure framework of ritual, belief, or everyday use. Those who approached the artifacts with caution emphasized the dangers of projecting contemporary interpretations onto ancient forms. The resemblance to aircraft, they argued, said more about the modern viewer than the ancient artisan. In a world shaped by technology and flight, the mind is primed to see such patterns. Stylized animals from one era become uncanny machines in another. The artifacts, then, were not anomalies, but mirrors, reflecting the assumptions and fascinations of those who studied them, yet the question has not disappeared. The Kimbaya artifacts remain displayed in Colombian museums, still labelled as zoomorphic, still raising eyebrows among visitors. Scholars continue to debate their meaning, artists replicate them, and theorists point to them as evidence of lost knowledge. What cannot be denied is their singularity. No other known culture in the region produced objects quite like them. No goldsmith left an inscription to explain their purpose. They are small, precise, and silent. Whether they are dragonflies shaped by imagination, stylized birds of mythic vision, or something more elusive, the Kimbaya airplanes resist final explanation. They remain as their makers left them, tucked into the tombs of the dead, fashioned with skill, and shaped in forms that the modern world still struggles to interpret without reaching too far or not far enough. In the lowland plains of southern Guatemala, near the town of La Democracia in the Escuintla department, a photograph taken in the middle of the 20th century captured something that, for a brief moment, stirred an intense and unresolved interest. The image showed a colossal stone head, seemingly carved from a single block with deeply stylized features, an elongated face, narrow lips, a high forehead, and closed eyes that sloped inward with a calm, almost unnatural symmetry. Its proportions and expression bore no resemblance to the dense stylized masks of the Olmec, whose monumental heads are round-faced, broad-nosed, and unmistakably distinct. Nor did it resemble Mayan portraiture, with its sharp profiles and intricate headdresses. This stone head, photographed under a flat Guatemalan sky, was something else. The photograph first came to public attention through a brief publication in the 1980s, when explorer and author David Hatcher Childress reproduced it in a compilation of unusual archaeological finds. He claimed that the image had come to him via a now deceased individual who had taken the photograph decades earlier, and that the monument had since been destroyed by gunfire during a period of armed conflict. No coordinates were given, no measurements, no stratigraphy, no excavation records, just the image. To serious archaeologists, this lack of context was more than a red flag. It was a dead end. In the absence of provenance, artifacts cannot be dated, catalogued, or even verified. Without an original negative, the photograph cannot be traced. Without multiple images or eyewitness accounts, the object's very existence becomes uncertain. And yet the image itself persisted. The proportions were wrong. The face did not align with any known artistic tradition in the region. Its apparent size, if the proportions in the image were accurate, would have placed it among the larger monolithic heads in the Americas. But its expression was serene, alien, and smooth in a way that seemed to suggest either a modern fabrication or a cultural source long unrecorded. La Democracia is not without precedent for large stone heads. Several stone sculptures, including rounded human heads, exist in the area and have been known since the early 20th century. These heads, however, are squat, rough-hewn, and generally considered to be of late pre-classic or early classic origin, associated either with local pre-Maya cultures or peripheral expressions of Olmec influence. They are not well documented, and few have been systematically excavated. Still, they exist in public collections and museum courtyards. The head in the photograph does not match them. It is taller, more refined, and lacks the distinctive features common to Mesoamerican sculpture. Some have proposed that the image was staged, perhaps with a plaster or concrete sculpture, designed for aesthetic or touristic effect. During the mid-1900s, Guatemala saw a rise in artistic experimentation and monument building in rural areas, occasionally tied to state propaganda or Catholic missionary activity. A stylized head could have been constructed as a roadside curiosity, photographed once, and then forgotten or dismantled. If this were the case, the resemblance to non-Mesoamerican styles, specifically Egyptian or even Greco-Roman statuary, might reflect the sculptor's personal influences rather than any historical continuity. Others have suggested that the head could have been a hoax. The period during which the photograph was said to have been taken, between the 1940s and 1960s, coincided with a growing Western fascination with ancient astronauts, lost continents, and the search for pre-Columbian contacts across the Atlantic or Pacific. A fabricated monument, presented without context, would not have been out of step with the fringe literature of the time, but again, no definitive proof of forgery exists. The only certainty is absence. The alleged destruction of the monument, said to have occurred during the Guatemalan Civil War, complicates matters further. The war, which lasted from 1960 to 1996, saw fighting across the country, with remote areas particularly vulnerable to violence, shelling, and reprisal attacks. It is plausible that a large, freestanding structure could have been damaged or destroyed in such circumstances. Yet no military record mentions the incident. No local testimonies have surfaced. No fragments have been recovered. To date, no archaeological survey of the La Democracia region has produced evidence of a monument matching the photographed head. Researchers working in the area have acknowledged the existence of stone sculptures, but consider the photographed object an outlier, if it existed at all. Without physical remains or credible eyewitness accounts, the head remains an unresolved anomaly. And so it stands, a single image, widely circulated, poorly sourced, and deeply incongruous. The stone head of Guatemala exists not as an artifact, but as a question: what it depicted, who made it, and whether it ever stood where the photograph claimed. In a field that relies on context, it has none. In a tradition rich with sculpture, it fits nowhere. Whatever it was, it is now gone. In the summer of 1890, deep in the taiga east of the Ural Mountains, workers excavating a peat bog near the village of Kirovgrad unearthed a length of carved larchwood, unlike anything previously seen in Russian archaeology. The timber emerged slowly from the wet soil, its surface blackened but intact, its markings visible even under layers of peat. Over the next days, as more fragments came to light, the shape resolved into something far larger and more complex than first imagined. A vertical plank nearly 3 meters long, covered in a series of incised geometric patterns and stylized humanoid faces, each etched with deliberate strokes. The sculpture, later known as the Shigir Idol, was preserved by the anaerobic conditions of the bog, a coincidence of nature that allowed ancient wood to survive millennia longer than it might have in open air or dry ground. From the moment it was assembled, it defied the expectations of its finders. At first, the idol was treated as an anomaly, a curiosity rather than a revelation. It was housed in the Yekaterinburg Museum, reassembled as best as curators could manage from the preserved sections, though it would be decades before researchers grasped the full scale of what had been uncovered. Early estimates placed it within the Neolithic period, perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 years ago, a date already remarkable for the preservation of wood. But in the late 20th century, radiocarbon testing revised that figure dramatically. The larch from which the idol had been carved was felled approximately 12,100 years ago, making it more than twice as old as Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, and possibly the earliest surviving example of monumental art in wood. Later testing with accelerator mass spectrometry confirmed and refined the dating. The Shigir Idol had been carved in the early Holocene during the final retreat of the Ice Age. Its creators belonged to a hunter-gatherer culture living at the margins of the great Eurasian forests, in a region rich in rivers, game, and timber, but remote from the agricultural centres that would later define early civilization. They left behind no cities, no temples, no written records. Yet the idol suggests a system of symbolic thought, possibly even of cosmology, as complex in its own way as that of Mesopotamia or Anatolia. The sculpture's surface is covered in angular lines, zigzags, chevrons, and what appear to be stylized faces or masks, stacked one above the other in vertical sequence. The head of the idol is rectangular, with large, deep-set eyes and a small mouth, expressionless and remote. Below it, 6 additional faces are positioned along the length of the figure, each similar but subtly distinct. Between them are patterns that may represent fields, roads, rivers, or abstract principles. No one has been able to read them with certainty. Interpretations have ranged widely. Some archaeologists believe the idol represents a pantheon of spirits or ancestors, its faces recalling the totemic traditions of later Siberian peoples. Others propose that it functioned as a map of the surrounding world, a symbolic representation of space and time understood through geometric code. Still others see in it an early form of shamanic narrative, an account of creation or of a journey, inscribed in visual motifs rather than spoken words. The lack of analogues complicates analysis. While some Paleolithic cave art offers depictions of animals or symbolic marks, the Shigir Idol stands alone in both scale and abstraction. Its creation would have required significant labour. Felling and shaping a solid larch trunk over 5 meters long with stone tools was no small task, especially for a group with no access to metal. The lines and faces were cut with sharp stone blades, their edges clean and precise. The symmetry of the design suggests careful planning, perhaps even a workshop or ritual context for its production. It was not a casual or utilitarian object. It was intended to stand upright, anchored into the ground, where it would have towered over its surroundings, casting long shadows across the forest floor. At some point in its early life, the idol was broken, either deliberately or by environmental forces, and parts of it were buried in the bog where they remained for more than 12,000 years. The lower portion of the sculpture was lost or degraded, but reconstructions suggest the original height may have exceeded 5 meters, making it the tallest known wooden sculpture from the prehistoric world. Nothing comparable exists in the archaeological record at this age. In recent decades, the idol has drawn new interest from researchers studying the cognitive and symbolic capacities of early Holocene societies. The idea that complex religious or abstract systems emerged only after the rise of agriculture has come under scrutiny, and the Shigir Idol stands as a physical counter-argument. Its existence suggests that hunter-gatherer groups in Eurasia possessed rich symbolic traditions, capable of producing monumental works that encoded belief, memory, and identity. Its age also places it in the same broad temporal horizon as Göbekli Tepe in Anatolia, another site that challenges assumptions about the origins of ritual architecture and symbolic art. The idol remains in Yekaterinburg, where it is housed in a specially constructed climate-controlled display. Scholars continue to photograph, scan, and analyze its surface, searching for patterns that might clarify its meaning. Some have proposed that the lines correspond to lunar cycles or to astronomical events, though these interpretations remain speculative. Others caution against projecting later religious frameworks onto a culture so distant in time. The meaning, if it was ever singular, may now be unrecoverable. Yet the figure endures. Its eyes gaze forward, its body carved with patterns that resist translation. It is a monument to a world without writing, where memory passed through the hands of carvers and the grain of trees. It was made by people who hunted elk and gathered berries, who watched the stars from forests unbroken by city or field. And though their names are lost, they left behind something that could not rot, something that speaks across 12,000 years with the authority of presence. The Shigir Idol still stands. In 1961, on the banks of the Mureș River in the village of Tartaria in central Romania, an archaeologist named Nicolae Vlasa oversaw an excavation of a Neolithic settlement. The dig was part of a broader study of the region's ancient cultures, specifically the Vincea Turdaș tradition, which had left behind pottery fragments, figurines, and traces of early agriculture across the Balkans. The layers of earth in Tartaria were rich with shards and animal bones, the residue of long-settled life. But what Vlasa's team uncovered that summer would throw an unexpected challenge at the conventional timeline of human history. 3 small clay tablets inscribed with symbols that bore a striking resemblance to writing. The tablets were unlike anything found in the region before. One was rectangular, the others more circular in shape. They were small, each no larger than the palm of a hand, and made of unfired clay, preserved through chance rather than design. Impressed upon their surfaces were marks that resembled pictographic signs, lines, X's, crosses, stylized figures, some enclosed in frames, others arranged in loose sequence. At first glance, they recalled the iconography of later Mesopotamian scripts, but these had emerged from a settlement dating to the 5th millennium BCE, at least 1,000 years earlier than the accepted dawn of written language in Sumer. Vlasser announced the find with caution, suggesting that the signs might represent a form of proto-writing or symbolic notation. Yet even this restrained interpretation caused a stir. The notion that the world's earliest script might have originated not in the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, but in the forests and plains of southeastern Europe, was an idea that few in the academic world were ready to entertain. The dominant narrative of civilization held that writing emerged first in Mesopotamia, then spread outward. These tablets challenged that premise. They suggested not just isolated symbolism, but the possibility of a locally developed system of communication created by a culture without cities, monumental architecture, or centralized kingship. The tablets' context, however, was ambiguous. They were discovered in a pit along with a scattering of bones, shells, and ritual items. Vlasser believed the burial was ceremonial, possibly a votive deposit, and he associated the tablets with a female skeleton found nearby. The skeleton, however, was never properly dated, and its exact relationship to the tablets remains uncertain. Complicating matters further, the tablets were baked after their discovery, a preservation measure that effectively eliminated the possibility of direct thermoluminescence dating. As a result, the age of the tablets must be inferred from surrounding material and stratigraphy, rather than from the objects themselves. The symbols on the tablets closely resemble those found on Vinča culture artifacts across the Balkans, particularly in Serbia, where incised signs appear on pottery and figurines from sites such as Vinča Belo Brdo and Banjica. These marks have long puzzled archaeologists. Are they decorative? Are they symbolic? Are they linguistic? No definitive answer has emerged. The Vinča symbols are numerous and often repeated, yet they do not appear in long, continuous sequences. They may have functioned as a system of ownership marks, religious symbols, or a rudimentary script. The Tartaria tablets are the most concentrated and structured example of these marks, giving weight to the theory that they were meant to convey meaning in a fixed order. The academic response has been sharply divided. Some researchers accept the tablets as evidence of a symbolic system, perhaps not full writing but a meaningful precursor. Others argue that the marks are too limited in scope to represent language, lacking the internal grammar and syntax required to support linguistic function. A third camp, more skeptical still, has questioned the authenticity of the tablets entirely. These critics point to the absence of similarly complex inscriptions at nearby sites, the unusual nature of the burial, and the possibility of contamination or fabrication during or after excavation. No other tablets of identical form have been found in the region. The controversy remains unresolved. Further complicating the debate is the broader political and cultural landscape in which the tablets have been studied. During the Cold War, Romanian scholars faced pressure to emphasize the antiquity and uniqueness of local civilization. The claim that writing might have originated in Romania, rather than in the traditional Near Eastern centers, aligned with nationalist narratives of cultural primacy. Western scholars in turn often viewed such claims with suspicion, dismissing them as politically motivated or archaeologically unsound. The result has been a lack of consensus and a tendency to treat the tablets as outliers, rather than as part of an integrated pattern of early symbolic behavior. Despite the uncertainty, the Tartaria tablets have never been fully dismissed. Their discovery remains part of the larger puzzle of Neolithic Europe, where long-settled communities developed agriculture, pottery, and ritual life, without ever forming the cities or states that define traditional models of civilization. The Vinča signs, of which the tablets are the most striking example, may represent a unique trajectory of symbolic development, cut short or absorbed before reaching full script, or they may reflect a form of communication whose structure is simply too alien or too partial to decode. Today, the tablets reside in the National Museum of Transylvanian History in Cluj-Napoca. They are displayed without definitive interpretation, housed behind glass, the subject of photographs and occasional speculation. Scholars still study the marks, comparing them to pictographs from Sumer, to Linear A, to the signs of the Indus Valley, and to early Chinese characters. None offer a perfect match, none unlock their meaning. The clay is ordinary, the symbols are silent, but the questions remain. If the tablets are genuine, they point to a form of record-keeping or ritual language unknown elsewhere in Neolithic Europe. If they are not, they remain a mystery of a different kind, a glimpse into how history itself is made and remade by the objects we choose to believe. In the waters off the western tip of Cuba, where the Gulf of Mexico meets the Caribbean Sea in long rolling swells, the seabed falls away sharply beyond the Pinar del Rio coast. There, beneath hundreds of meters of blue water, a sonar scan once traced lines across the ocean floor, lines that did not curve like sandbanks or flow like coral ridges, but instead formed patterns, right angles, rectangles, geometric shapes that suggested planning rather than chaos. They were deep, far below the reach of natural wave action, and so precisely spaced that the images defied easy classification. The expedition crew had set out in 2001 to map the seabed for environmental study. What they found was something else entirely. The discovery was made by a team led by Pauline Zalitsky, a marine engineer of Russian descent, and her husband Paul Weinsweig, who operated a Canadian exploration company under contract with the Cuban government. Their aim was to survey areas of the seafloor near the Guanahacobaibes Peninsula, using side-scan sonar to build a topographic picture. The images that returned showed large, symmetrical features arranged over an area several square kilometers wide. Some appeared to be rectangular blocks, others resembled stepped platforms. One pattern resembled a broad avenue flanked by stone-like shapes. The formations lay at depths exceeding 600 meters. To those who examined the raw sonar data, the arrangement was striking. Nature rarely favors straight lines in such contexts. The scale of the structures, some over 100 feet in length, prompted immediate comparisons. The word city surfaced in the earliest reports, followed quickly by ruins. Within days, the story was circulating internationally, an underwater complex off Cuba's coast, potentially older than any known civilization in the Americas, lying undisturbed beneath a vast expanse of open sea. But the claim invited skepticism. Oceanographers pointed out that sonar can be deceptive, that shadows and variations in topography can mimic structure. Geologists warned that tectonic activity could fracture seabed crust into angular forms. Others emphasized the lack of direct observation. No diver had seen the site. No submersible had returned with photographic evidence. The data consisted of sonar readings, interpreted by specialists but far from conclusive. Yet the imagery, even in its limitations, was compelling. Zalitsky and Weinsweig expressed caution in their early interviews. They spoke of potential significance, not confirmation. They emphasized the need for further study. But the response was muted. Cuba's political isolation made collaboration difficult. American researchers could not legally participate. Funding was limited. Permissions were slow. Years passed and no second expedition followed. The sonar scans were never replicated at scale. The underwater formations remained where they were, unexamined, unproven, unclaimed. In the absence of data, theories multiplied. Some pointed to the depth of the site. At over 600 meters, the formations would have been well above sea level, only if dated back more than 10,000 years, before the end of the last ice age. That would place them far earlier than the rise of known civilizations in the Western Hemisphere. Mainstream archaeology holds that complex societies in the Americas did not emerge until around 2000 BC with the Olmecs in Mesoamerica. A site submerged in such antiquity would predate all of that. It would demand a rethinking of migration, development, and chronology. Others reached further, suggesting the lost civilization might be linked to myths of sunken lands, Atlantis, or local legends of drowned kingdoms passed down through Caribbean oral traditions. Cuba, with its submerged coastal shelves and long oral memory, had long been tied to stories of ancient catastrophes, but no texts, no carvings, no material evidence emerged to support these claims. Geologists continued to argue that the structures were natural. Submarine karst formations, they noted, can form in geometric patterns under specific conditions. Earthquake zones, especially near plate boundaries, can fracture bedrock in grid-like patterns. Sediment layers, subjected to shifting pressure over millennia, can split in lines that mimic walls or avenues. Without visual confirmation, the sonar images could not resolve the debate. Yet the debate remained unresolved because no one returned. Whether for lack of interest, logistical difficulty, or political constraint, the site faded from headlines. The Cuban government offered no further comment. Independent exploration was limited by international restrictions. Weinsweig and Zalitsky expressed hopes for further missions, but none materialized. As the years passed, the story slipped into that uneasy category of the nearly forgotten, neither discredited nor confirmed, too strange to embrace, too thin to dismiss. The sea remained silent. The coordinates are known but untouched. Beneath the blue surface, the formations, whatever they are, rest beneath pressure and darkness, in a zone visited by few and studied by none. If they are natural, they remain an unusual formation. If they are human-made, they are the remains of a culture whose existence has otherwise vanished without trace. The sonar scans survive. The lines are there. Blocks, angles, patterns, silent images of something that may be stone or illusion, myth or architecture. No divers have touched them. No cameras have seen them. No samples have been brought to the surface. What lies off the coast of Pinar del Rio remains unknown, not because it is unknowable, but because no one has returned. In the sprawling palaces and bustling ports of the Ottoman Empire, amidst merchants trading exotic spices, silk, and gold from distant shores, an admiral named Piri Reis quietly crafted something extraordinary, a map unlike anything seen before. This wasn't just another chart for sailors to navigate familiar seas. Instead, the Piri Reis Map, drawn in 1513 on fragile parchment made from gazelle skin, depicted a startlingly precise outline of coastlines far beyond the known territories of European explorers at the time. But the true surprise wasn't simply the map's scope. It was the unexpected accuracy with which Piri Reis depicted lands supposedly unknown, including an ice-free coast of Antarctica, centuries before the continent's official discovery. The mystery isn't merely how such an ancient map came to exist, but what it suggests about the forgotten history of global exploration. The map itself measures roughly 3 feet by 2 feet, drawn with meticulous precision using rich, colourful inks. Today, it's kept in the archives of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, treated as a priceless artefact of Ottoman maritime history. When scholars first examined it closely in 1929, after its rediscovery hidden among countless documents, their initial curiosity quickly turned to bewilderment. Here was a map created barely 2 decades after Columbus first sailed westward to the Americas, yet it contained detailed geographical knowledge seemingly far beyond anything the Europeans, or anyone else, had documented at the time. The map clearly portrays the western coasts of Europe and Africa, and even the eastern coastline of South America with surprising accuracy, accurately depicting the shoreline of Brazil decades before it had been fully explored by Europeans. Yet, it's what lies at the southernmost edges of the map that sparked decades of debate and speculation, a massive landmass at the bottom, shaped remarkably similar to the continent we now know as Antarctica. This southern landmass appears startlingly detailed, particularly along its coastline. Modern scholars and cartographers noted with astonishment that these coastal outlines appeared similar to Antarctica's landmass beneath its thick sheets of ice. Notably, it seemed to depict an ice-free coastline, something impossible for 16th century explorers to have mapped since Antarctica has remained continuously frozen under massive glaciers for tens of thousands of years. How could Piri Reis or his contemporaries possibly know of Antarctica's shape and coastline without the benefit of modern technology like radar or satellite imaging? To explore this mystery further, it helps to understand exactly who Piri Reis was and the context within which he created his map. Born around 1465 in Gallipoli, Ottoman Empire, Piri Reis was no ordinary mapmaker. He was a renowned naval commander and cartographer who served under his uncle, the famous Admiral Cambyses Reis. His family spent decades at sea, navigating the Mediterranean, Red Sea and Indian Ocean, trading goods, capturing enemy vessels, and recording detailed knowledge of coastlines, ports, islands, and currents. Piri Reis was known for meticulously compiling navigational charts from a wide variety of sources, carefully combining first-hand sailing experience with historical maps collected from libraries across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. In fact, Piri Reis openly acknowledged in notes accompanying his map that he relied upon sources dating back to the ancient Greeks, Romans, and even older records reportedly from the Library of Alexandria, an ancient repository of wisdom famously destroyed by fire. Piri Reis himself wrote clearly on the parchment that he constructed this ambitious map using multiple maps and ancient geographical information, some apparently from charts that had been hidden, protected, or preserved over the centuries. Yet the identity of these original maps, their creators, and precisely what geographical data they contained remain unknown. Some scholars speculate that among these documents were maps drawn by ancient seafaring civilizations whose maritime accomplishments might have been lost to history entirely. Could Piri Reis's map thus be evidence of ancient voyages that predate known historical records, voyages conducted by Phoenicians, Carthaginians, or even more obscure mariners whose names were long ago forgotten? This theory that Piri Reis used ancient maps from lost civilizations is appealing yet hard to prove. No original sources survive beyond Piri Reis's own claims. Still, the remarkable accuracy of coastlines impossible for him to know in 1513 begs the question, was Piri Reis merely copying existing maps he himself didn't fully understand? The Antarctic landmass depicted at the bottom of the map remains its most contentious element. Some modern cartographers argue fiercely that this is not Antarctica at all, but rather an imaginative projection of South America's coastline bent eastward, a misunderstanding by Piri Reis or his sources. Yet other experts, often citing Charles Hapgood, an American historian who famously studied the map, maintain that the features are far too similar to known Antarctic topography to dismiss outright. In 1960, Hapgood published his influential book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, proposing that the accuracy seen in the Piri Reis map reflected ancient knowledge far beyond conventional understanding. He controversially suggested that the map was based on sources originating from an ancient civilization, possessing advanced geographical knowledge and possibly even technology capable of accurately mapping Antarctica during a period when the continent's coastline was ice-free, perhaps as early as the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago. This bold theory was met with skepticism, yet Hapgood's reasoning intrigued some scientists enough to explore further. He famously sent the Piri Reis map to the US Air Force's cartographic experts for analysis. Their conclusion was astonishing. They agreed the map contained features seemingly consistent with Antarctica's actual landmass beneath its thick ice sheets, an impossible achievement for the 16th century, yet even they could offer no definitive explanation for this incredible accuracy. How could any ancient mapmakers have achieved this feat without modern surveying methods or aerial mapping? Could it truly imply that ancient mariners not only reached Antarctica long before modern explorers, but mapped it with scientific precision? Or is this resemblance simply coincidental, an accidental match mistaken for evidence of advanced ancient cartography? Despite decades of debate, consensus remains elusive. Historians, archaeologists, and geographers continue to scrutinize every inch of the Piri Reis Map, searching for clues. Some modern scholars theorize that ancient seafarers, possibly from China, Polynesia, or unknown Mediterranean civilizations, may indeed have explored southern oceans extensively, recording coastlines later mistakenly identified by Piri Reis as connected landmasses. Others suggest Piri Reis's depiction was speculative rather than literal, a product of educated guesswork by a skilled cartographer relying on limited or distorted sources. Yet, this fails to explain how such guesswork could be so uncannily accurate. To many, the Antarctic coastline is simply too precise to dismiss entirely as coincidence or speculation. Indeed, the ongoing mystery has spurred passionate debates among archaeologists and historians who advocate alternative histories involving lost civilizations or forgotten ancient voyages crossing oceans thousands of years before Columbus or Magellan. While definitive answers remain elusive, modern scientists and historians agree the Piri Reis Map stands as one of history's most fascinating cartographic puzzles. It raises compelling questions about human knowledge, global exploration, and forgotten interactions between civilizations far earlier than previously imagined. In a sense, the map has become a touchstone for historians who dare to consider that our historical narratives might remain incomplete, hiding journeys and encounters erased by time and overlooked by modern scholarship. As we continue to uncover new archaeological sites, rediscover ancient artifacts, and develop better technology to examine Earth's distant past, perhaps one day the mystery of the Piri Reis Map will be solved. Until then, this carefully crafted piece of gazelle parchment from 1513 remains a remarkable testament to the complex layers of human knowledge. Whether it shows lost ancient voyages, imaginative speculations, or something we haven't yet fully understood, the Piri Reis Map remains a silent, provocative invitation to reconsider what we believe about human exploration and the limits of our historical imagination. Hidden in the earth across Europe, scattered beneath ancient Roman ruins and quietly buried among treasures in forgotten hoards, archaeologists continue to uncover an artifact that defies explanation even today. This mysterious object doesn't appear in any historical texts, isn't depicted in mosaics or frescoes, and yet has been discovered throughout the territories once dominated by Rome. Known as the Roman Dodecahedron, this strange bronze or stone item is one of archaeology's most persistent puzzles, a secret the Romans took to their graves, leaving us to wonder why such an oddly precise object was so carefully made yet utterly undocumented by its creators. Imagine a small, hollow object about the size of a baseball, crafted from bronze or occasionally carved from stone. It has 12 equally sized flat faces, each shaped like a perfect pentagon. Every pentagonal face contains a circular hole, but here's where the mystery deepens. Each hole varies slightly in diameter from the others, intentionally different sizes yet positioned with careful symmetry. The corners of these pentagons feature rounded knobs or spheres, extending outward in a precise pattern, adding to its curious and intricate appearance. The object is undeniably deliberate, crafted with exceptional precision, yet its purpose remains completely unknown, lost somewhere between practical use and hidden symbolism. Hundreds of these dodecahedra have been discovered, spanning a vast geographic area once controlled by Rome, from Britain in the northwest through Germany, France, Italy, and even as far east as Hungary. They date roughly between the 2nd and 4th centuries AD, a period when Rome's empire was at its peak. But, despite their widespread distribution and clear importance to those who made them, not one Roman writer mentions these mysterious artifacts. No record survives describing their function, their cultural significance, or even their name. This silence is baffling, almost suspiciously deliberate, leaving archaeologists and historians grasping at theories to explain their purpose. One popular early theory suggested the Roman Dodecahedra were a type of measuring instrument. Some researchers imagined Roman surveyors using the objects to calculate distances, angles, or even to determine optimal planting dates by aligning sunlight through their differently sized holes. This theory initially seemed plausible, given Rome's sophisticated engineering and surveying abilities. Yet attempts to reconstruct such a measuring method consistently failed to produce meaningful or practical results. Every experiment yielded inconsistent, unreliable data, making it increasingly unlikely the dodecahedra served such a straightforward function. Others proposed they might be related to astronomy, suggesting the Romans may have used these devices to track stars, constellations, or perhaps mark specific celestial events. After all, ancient cultures, including the Romans, regularly used objects to measure or interpret the heavens. Yet careful testing again proved disappointing, as researchers found no clear astronomical alignment or practical use in star mapping. Furthermore, no Roman writings on astronomy, mathematics, or religion make even passing mention of these curious objects, undermining the notion they were part of common celestial observations or rituals. Another intriguing theory points to military applications, particularly due to many of these objects being found near Roman forts and encampments. Perhaps, some scholars speculated, Roman commanders used the dodecahedra to gauge battlefield distances or trajectory angles for weapons such as ballistas. Yet, once again, real-world tests revealed major flaws. The varying hole sizes and precise geometry simply don't translate into any known useful military measurement. Moreover, the careful craftsmanship and decorative nature seem inconsistent with practical battlefield tools, leading most archaeologists to dismiss this explanation as highly unlikely. Still, the dodecahedron's presence around military sites is puzzling, prompting another suggestion that they were gaming devices, possibly ancient Roman dice or toys. However, this theory falls short as well. Roman dice have been frequently discovered and are consistently cube-shaped, straightforward, and practical for gaming. These dodecahedra, with their hollow interiors, uneven holes, and decorative knobs, are too intricate, fragile, and uneven to be useful as gaming tools. They show no wear patterns typical of repeated handling, further casting doubt on the toy hypothesis. Some historians have proposed more unusual explanations. Could the dodecahedra have been religious or symbolic items, sacred objects used in ceremonies now lost to history? Perhaps priests held them as symbols of authority or religious significance, the varying hole sizes representing spiritual or symbolic meanings understood only by select initiates. This theory gains traction from the fact that Roman culture often produced symbolic objects whose meaning was intentionally hidden from outsiders, rituals deliberately shrouded in secrecy. Yet, even then, Roman religious symbols and items typically find their way into historical accounts or religious depictions. The dodecahedron remains entirely undocumented, raising further doubts. The most curious and perhaps compelling theory suggests a practical household use, knitting or weaving tools. Some modern researchers discovered that the dodecahedron could function effectively as a guide for knitting gloves, with differently sized holes, perfectly suited for creating finger-sized woolen tubes. Experiments showed that yarn easily fits around the knobs and threads smoothly through the holes, enabling the creation of finely crafted, uniform knitted items. While appealing, critics highlight that no evidence of Roman knitting or glove-making traditions aligns with such devices, and no ancient textiles or related items confirm this practice. Ultimately, none of these theories perfectly solve the mystery. Each proposal addresses some aspects of the artifact, but leaves unanswered questions, gaps in logic, or lacks historical support. These artifacts continue to evade clear categorization, stubbornly resisting every attempt at a final explanation. Perhaps that's the most compelling aspect of the Roman dodecahedra. They exist as artifacts without context, intriguing precisely because they refuse to surrender their secrets. Why would the Romans, masters of documentation and detailed record-keeping, produce hundreds of identical, carefully crafted items across their vast empire, yet leave no written explanation whatsoever? Why hide their use, significance, or even existence from historical records, despite their obvious importance? These artifacts remind us vividly that despite all we've learned about ancient Rome, entire chapters of history may be lost forever, leaving us only shadows and puzzles, glimpses into lives we can't fully reconstruct. The dodecahedron is a small object, yet it hints at a hidden complexity within Roman culture, something valued enough to spread across an empire, carefully preserved yet deliberately concealed from future generations. Today, the Roman dodecahedra continue to puzzle archaeologists, historians, and ordinary people alike, challenging us to reconsider how much we truly understand about the past. These tiny bronze and stone enigmas whisper to us across centuries, inviting speculation, debate, and endless curiosity. They remind us that history doesn't always speak clearly, and some mysteries may forever remain unsolved. Perhaps the Romans deliberately concealed the purpose of the dodecahedron, or perhaps their meaning faded slowly over generations, leaving only the objects themselves behind, mute and mysterious. Whatever their original function, the Roman dodecahedra have secured their place as one of history's most enduring, quietly intriguing mysteries. And as long as archaeologists keep finding them, we'll continue to wonder, carefully crafted yet intentionally hidden, what secrets did these strange objects once hold? Under the lush, misty countryside of Sichuan Province, China, a discovery quietly reshaped what historians thought they knew about ancient Chinese civilization. In a region rich with rice paddies, terraced hills, and traditional villages, farmers going about their daily work unearthed something astonishing beneath the fertile soil. What they found wasn't pottery or simple farming tools. It was evidence of an unknown culture, lost for thousands of years. The discovery would become known as the Sanxingdui Bronzes, a trove of artifacts so strange, so enigmatic, that scholars are still wrestling with their meaning. It was the year 1929, and China was experiencing a period of political turmoil and cultural transformation. Near the sleepy village of Guanghan, a local farmer was digging a ditch when his shovel struck something unusually hard beneath the earth. Expecting perhaps a stone or a root, he instead pulled up fragments of intricate jade pieces and bronze relics unlike anything seen before. At first, these discoveries attracted only modest local interest. with scholars dismissing them as regional oddities, isolated artifacts from some minor and obscure culture. But half a century later, in 1986, a far greater excavation effort began, one that would stun archaeologists worldwide. In two massive sacrificial pits near Sanxingdui, hundreds upon hundreds of bronze artifacts emerged from the earth. These weren't simple ornaments or everyday objects. They were intricately detailed bronze statues, masks of bizarre faces, towering bronze trees, and ceremonial vessels adorned with mysterious symbols. What began as a routine archaeological dig swiftly turned into one of China's greatest archaeological mysteries. Sanxingdui was revealed to be an extensive, highly advanced civilization that existed around 3,000 years ago, parallel to, and yet distinctly separate from, the widely recognized Shang dynasty, whose bronze artifacts were familiar to scholars of ancient China. But while Shang bronzes typically featured predictable themes, animal motifs, stylized dragons, ancestor worship, Sanxingdui's bronzes seemed like visions from another world entirely. The masks, for example, were enormous, some standing several feet tall with exaggerated almond-shaped eyes protruding dramatically from angular, almost alien faces. Large ears, strange protrusions, and elongated, abstract forms defied easy explanation. Even today, seeing these masks evokes a sense of encountering something truly unfamiliar, as if looking at images from a forgotten dream rather than artifacts crafted by human hands thousands of years ago. Perhaps most impressive of all was the discovery of the immense bronze spirit tree, a towering structure nearly 13 feet high, delicately crafted with branches, leaves, and birds, symbolizing an ancient cosmological worldview unknown to historians until now. But what made these bronze trees particularly fascinating was their obvious ceremonial purpose and sheer scale. Archaeologists immediately realized these bronzes weren't just random decorative art. They were deeply spiritual objects tied to a religion or ritual system we still know little about. So who were these mysterious bronze makers, hidden away in a remote corner of ancient China? Historians dubbed them the Sanxingdui culture. But beyond this generic label, the civilization itself remains a deep puzzle. They left no written records, no inscriptions, nothing to explain their beliefs, rituals, or worldview. Only these haunting, mesmerizing bronzes. Even neighboring Chinese dynasties, who recorded detailed histories of rival kingdoms and distant tribes, appear strangely silent about the existence of Sanxingdui, leaving historians grappling with a troubling question. Why would such a clearly advanced, thriving civilization vanish completely from historical memory? Archaeologists pieced together fragments of the society's day-to-day life by examining other artifacts found in the Sanxingdui site. Remnants of buildings, jade carvings, elephant tusks, and traces of sophisticated irrigation systems hint at a prosperous people with highly developed craftsmanship and trade networks. Sanxingdui's location along major river systems suggests they traded extensively, possibly reaching as far as other distant ancient Chinese civilizations. But despite such prosperity and sophistication, the culture suddenly collapsed or vanished around 1200 BCE, leaving behind their most precious ritual bronzes in deep pits, deliberately broken and burned, as if symbolically erasing themselves from existence. It was as though the civilization's own leaders had chosen to bury their identity, sealing their secrets deep within the earth. The masks themselves, with their surreal features, remain among the most mystifying elements of the Sanxingdui discovery. Scholars propose several theories attempting to decipher their meaning. One popular interpretation suggests these exaggerated features represent gods, ancestors, or powerful beings from a religious mythology we no longer fully understand. Their exaggerated eyes, ears, and enigmatic expressions may symbolize heightened powers of perception or wisdom, emphasizing spiritual abilities far beyond ordinary human senses. Other historians argue the masks represent rulers or priests who performed sacred rituals while wearing them. The dramatic size of these masks would have made them highly visible during ceremonies, perhaps designed to awe and inspire the common people, reinforcing the authority and supernatural legitimacy of their leaders. Some suggest these masks could depict shamans or spiritual intermediaries, figures who moved between human and divine worlds, communicating with gods or ancestral spirits. Such interpretations are compelling, but in the absence of written explanations, these theories remain educated guesses, leaving room for more speculative and controversial ideas. Because of the mask's otherworldly appearance, fringe theories have inevitably emerged. Some argue that the bronze's exaggerated features and strange symbolism hint at contact between Sanxingdui and foreign civilizations, or even extraterrestrial visitors. The almond-shaped, protruding eyes and unusual facial structures recall popular imagery from ancient alien theories worldwide, echoing similar patterns seen in ancient cultures as diverse as Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Mesopotamia. Though mainstream archaeologists strongly reject such ideas, the notion persists, driven by the sheer strangeness of Sanxingdui's artifacts, suggesting at least the possibility of an unknown cultural exchange with distant civilizations, or that the imagination of ancient peoples was far more expansive than we commonly realize. But the puzzle deepens further when considering the sudden disappearance of the Sanxingdui civilization. Archaeologists uncovered evidence of extensive burning and deliberate destruction of the bronzes before burial, indicating a purposeful end to these objects' ritual life. What drove the people of Sanxingdui to perform such a destructive act on their most sacred artifacts? Was it a sudden political upheaval, a natural disaster, an internal conflict, or a spiritual crisis so profound that it forced the culture to symbolically destroy itself? Recently, some archaeologists have explored evidence suggesting natural disasters, earthquakes or floods, could have devastated the region, prompting drastic actions. Sichuan is notoriously earthquake-prone, and major geological upheaval around 1200 BCE might have severely disrupted society, triggering religious panic or social collapse. Alternatively, the civilization might have faced political pressures from neighboring cultures, forcing abandonment or migration, and leaving behind their greatest cultural treasures deliberately destroyed so that rival powers could not use them against their creators. Even today, archaeological excavation continues at Sanxingdui. Recent digs have unveiled new pits filled with even more intricate bronzes, gold artifacts, jade carvings, and ivory relics, expanding the complexity of the site and suggesting that what archaeologists have found so far represents only a fraction of Sanxingdui's true scale. These discoveries continue to challenge traditional views of Chinese civilization's origins and complexity, hinting that China's early history was far more diverse, interconnected, and sophisticated than previously imagined. Ultimately, the Sanxingdui Bronzes force us to acknowledge just how much remains unknown about our past. The sophistication and strangeness of these objects challenge conventional historical narratives, pushing historians to consider the possibility of lost connections, forgotten cultures, and hidden stories that lie buried just beneath the surface of the earth. The ancient bronze masks of Sanxingdui stare silently back at us, as enigmatic today as the day they were crafted, inviting scholars and all who encounter them to peer deeper into the distant human past, to question assumptions, and perhaps one day to understand the secrets left behind by an extraordinary, vanished civilization. That feels deliberate, with eucalyptus trees standing in long, uneven ranks across sandstone ridges and dry gullies choked with bracken. The trail that leads to the so-called Godford Glyphs winds through a state forest marked with Aboriginal sites, though unpublicised and largely ignored by tourists. The rock face lies tucked into a narrow cleft, easily missed without instruction. When finally reached, it presents itself with little ceremony. Just two vertical sandstone walls cut by a shallow corridor, their surfaces covered with hundreds of carved symbols. The glyphs themselves, etched into the stone in uneven but persistent lines, resemble nothing native to Australia. Instead, they bear a stylized similarity to Egyptian hieroglyphs: upright figures with staff and headdress, birds with long necks, repeated cartouche-like ovals enclosing symbols, and motifs that echo funerary iconography more typical of the Nile than the Pacific. No names appear in clear translation, and no known pharaoh is definitively identified. But for those with a taste for mystery, the very presence of such markings, some 300 in total, is enough to raise questions. If they are ancient, they represent a history that was never recorded. If they are modern, they suggest one of the more persistent archaeological hoaxes in recent memory. The site first drew attention in the early 1970s when a local surveyor reportedly stumbled across the carvings and brought them to the attention of amateur enthusiasts. By the early 1980s, speculation had grown, fueled by a small community of alternative theorists who believed the carvings offered proof of early Egyptian contact with Australia. The theory, in broad strokes, suggested that shipwrecked travellers or explorers from the ancient Mediterranean world had arrived on the Australian coast centuries or even millennia before European colonisation, leaving behind this carved record of their presence in the sandstone of the forest. Mainstream archaeologists were unconvinced. The glyphs did not appear in any survey prior to the 20th century, despite the area having been walked by settlers, Aboriginal groups and naturalists since the 1800s. The stylistic irregularities were immediately apparent. Though some symbols mimicked Egyptian forms with superficial accuracy, others were jumbled, repetitive, or anachronistic. Egyptologists who visited the site, including those from Macquarie University, quickly dismissed the glyphs as modern, noting inconsistent strokes, the lack of erosion one would expect on carvings, supposedly thousands of years old, and the incorrect or invented combinations of symbols. The most plausible theory posited a local hoax dating to the 1920s or 1930s, perhaps created by World War I veterans or rail workers with access to carving tools and some knowledge of Egyptology drawn from public fascination with the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb. The first published reference to the site came decades later, and by then it had already entered the murky realm of speculation, myth, and pseudoscience. Its location on Crown land prevented formal excavation, and the reluctance of authorities to publicise or develop the site only increased its aura among those convinced that something was being hidden. In subsequent decades, the glyphs became a quiet but durable part of Australia's fringe archaeological lore. Books, documentaries and blog posts offered conflicting narratives. Some suggested the glyphs recorded the death of an Egyptian prince buried nearby. Others linked them to Atlantean myths or claimed Aboriginal oral traditions referenced ancient visitors from across the sea. No burial site was ever found. No corroborating artefacts emerged. The rocks remained unstudied in any formal peer-reviewed excavation. Yet the carvings endured, both physically and culturally. Local Aboriginal communities, particularly the Darkinjung people, largely distanced themselves from the glyphs. While the surrounding land holds recognised Aboriginal significance, Including legitimate rock art and ceremonial sites, the glyphs themselves do not match traditional styles or known cultural practices. Some elders have voiced frustration at the attention given to what they view as a distraction from genuine heritage sites in need of protection and respect. As recently as the 2010s, minor studies were conducted to assess the rate of lichen growth and erosion on the glyphs, with results supporting the view that the carvings were less than a century old. No firm date has been universally accepted, but the consensus remains that the glyphs are of modern origin, carved sometime in the last 100 years by unknown individuals with no deeper archaeological significance. And yet, the mystery persists, not in the academic world but in public imagination. The site continues to draw curious visitors, and the debate around its authenticity has become less about archaeology than about belief in forgotten histories, suppressed evidence, and the possibility that what we know may not be all there is. The glyphs speak, not in the language of ancient Egypt, but in the grammar of modern myth-making. The forest around them remains unchanged. Trees grow thick at the ridgeline, wallabies cross the trails, and on the sandstone wall the carved figures wait, strange, silent, and surrounded by a story that no longer needs to be true to endure.